Dear colleagues, the sitting is open. Our next business is to consider the changes proposed in memberships of committees. This is set out in document Commission's 2022-07 Addendum 2. Is the proposed change in the membership of the Assembly's committee agreed to? Do not see any objection. Then we now come to our next item of business. And let me warmly welcome to the session the Prime Minister of Albania, Mr. Rama. Dear Prime Minister, we are very pleased to welcome you to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, the oldest and broadest multilateral organization in Europe which aims at protecting and promoting peace through protecting and promoting the rule of law, human rights and pluralist democracy. Since your country, Mr. Prime Minister, joined our organization in 1995 already, your country has signed and ratified many of the Council of Europe's conventions and agreements to the benefit of your citizens. One of them is our famous Istanbul Convention, aimed at combating violence against women and domestic violence. I was glad to see your country amongst the states that signed last month in Dublin the Dublin Declaration to promote gender equality and to help prevent domestic, sexual and gender-based violence. Mr. Prime Minister, the region Albania is part of deserves, needs and gets special attention from the Council of Europe. Yesterday we had the most relevant debate on supporting a European perspective for the Western Balkans, which addressed several recommendations to the countries of the region and which also called on the Council of Europe member states to support the efforts of the Western Balkans to fully pursue their European vocation through various means. By helping to protect and promote peace and prosperity in this important European region where your country is part of, and we do what the Statute of the Council of Europe obliges us to do, to the benefit of all our citizens and member states. Mr. Prime Minister, this Assembly considers itself as an important European agora, open to debate important political, social and cultural developments and to contribute to solutions that serve our common aims. It is therefore, I recall it again, a real pleasure to have you today here in our esteemed hemicycle and to listen to your analysis, your proposals regarding your country, regarding the whole of Europe and regarding our Council of Europe, of which your country is such an important member. We look forward, Mr. Rama, to hear from you, and after having listened to you, you agreed that you would answer questions. Mr. Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Honourable Council of Europe, distinguished members of the Parliamentary Assembly. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to address this Assembly today on a crucial matter of truth and justice that calls upon us to reflect and act together. I represent Albania, but it's not primarily about Albania that I'm here to speak. Although the subject of the concern I want to share with you is linked to Albania like the soul to its body. Yet, it is worth beginning with Albania, since what I am about to say bears on the question of the relationship of a country with its past, and what impact that may have for its developments in the future. It also bears on the relation between states in the Balkans and beyond, and what role Europe and European institutions play in how we develop these relations. Turning a history of conflict into one of cooperation requires not only courage from leaders, goodwill among citizens, and trust between states, but also shared faith in international institutions. Indeed, our relationship to each other is mediated by our relationship to European institutions. If such institutions fail to secure justice, the loss to all of us is as great as the harm caused to the single victims of their errors. The damage goes far beyond the sum of individual tragedies. It is a damage to our whole community of people and nations, a blow to all our efforts to turn a dark page in our history so as to write a bright new one. If institutions fail, the blow could be fatal. War is for you a distant memory. For us, it is a wound that still burns while struggling to heal. And yet, despite our different experiences with war, under the large umbrella of this institution, which defines itself as the continent's leading human rights organization, historical memory cannot be taken lightly. Facts should never be undermined by power games, and resolutions should always withstand the test of the future. In the last decades, as you know, international institutions have been an essential factor in mediating conflicts in the Balkans. Like all other states in the region, Albania continues to build the future while struggling with the legacy of the past, to develop democratic institutions while still haunted by specters of authoritarianism. It continues to construct solid relations with its neighbors, including Serbia, who not too long ago was considered a mortal enemy, but is now an important partner in our strategic Open Balkan initiative. It may be difficult to explain those who approach our region for the first time why Europe, for us, is more than an institutional project. It is an existential one. History has never before been kind to us. We were never able to choose where we belonged. It was decided on our behalf. It was decided by empires, regimes, and ideologies that kept us locked away from Europe in a country that called itself the anti-imperialist lighthouse of the world, but was in fact a dark hole at Europe's heart. It was only 3 decades ago that we could freely change the course of our destiny and turn our gaze towards Europe's horizon. The faith of Albania in its European destiny is our anchor to the future. No matter what storms or fogs Europe encounters, Albanians as a whole cannot but imagine sharing the journey, even if it turns out to be a tumultuous one. This is why we continue to inculcate hope in younger generations, knowing that the harder a crisis like the current one hits all the Europe, the easier it is for the forces of fear to threaten the sources of hope. Yet, it is especially in moments like these when the future is once more at the mercy of the past, and narrow-minded politicians are ready to exploit the past to assuage their citizens' fear of the future, that questions of truth and justice return to the fore. It is in moments like this that faith in transnational institutions needs to be restored and strengthened. It is in moments like this that small states must not be abandoned so that big states are not threatened by the cumulative results of their resentments. In these 3 long decades, we have been taught anything, it is that democracy is always a construction project, never a finished building. Nothing we achieve is ever complete, nor it is irreversible. Nothing proves this point better than Russia's current aggression of Ukraine and the war that followed in Europe only a few hours from here. That country is once more haunted by its past, and it is yet another vivid remember to those of us still haunted by their past, of how easily history can be manipulated and exploited by dark forces. In the Balkans, we are painfully aware of this. Our new Open Balkans initiative is an attempt to realize in-house the aspirations and the objectives of the stilted Berlin process, without delays, without hesitation, in a way that reflects our own will and determination. It is an attempt to put the ideals of European integration in the disposal of peace and cooperation through the freedom of movement of people, goods, capitals and services, through culture, arts and crafts, through joint political initiatives and joint forces on the face of crises bigger than us, through concrete outcomes that can show our citizens how meaningless it is to cling onto the ghosts of the past. In a world of increasingly porous borders. This is how we want to see the Balkans, no longer a powder keg of Europe, but a model of peaceful coexistence, no longer a hostage of the past, but an example of how to build a shared future. And yet, how we engage with the past is crucial for all this to be possible. The past is not a slate that one can wipe clean. How we evoke the past, what stories we tell, what truths we choose to uphold, how we think of who we are, and how others perceive us, matters not just to keep a record of ourselves, but to know how to engage with the world, what to follow, who to befriend, and who to believe. And this is where I come to the main question I want to raise with you today, and why it matters. Not simply for those directly affected, but for all of us. For our citizens' ability to retain faith in politics, in lasting peace, and in the transnational institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, there are nations in the history of the world who live their entire collective lives courageously defending their freedom, surrounded by violence, lies, and the hypocrisy of an international community who stands by, watching as they are tortured into submission. They hope to resist for as long as they can, and for the world to find the conscience. Such is the Ukrainian nation now, and such was the nation of Kosovo a few decades ago. You will no doubt have noticed how eager the current Kremlin tenant is to construct parallels between Crimea and Kosovo. It is far from a stupid effort, although the evidence does not stand up to speculation. There is no parallel between Kosovo and Crimea, although there is one between Kosovo and Ukraine. And by the way, wouldn't it be wonderful if you here in this great council started by teaching also the other institutional bodies of the international politics to spell and write Kosovo by its real and official name. Kosovo, not Kosovo. The Republic of Kosovo. It is never late to do things right. And going back to analogies, there is an even stronger analogy between the Tsar that sits in the Kremlin throne in our days and the butcher that used to occupy Serbia's commander-in-chief position during the war in Kosovo. There are two nations with the right to live freely in their land, with their language, their history, their culture, haunted by the same demons of the past, disguised as special military operations. And there are two desperate tyrants, one dead, and the other one playing with death, clinging to visions of past grandeur to manipulate their own citizens into deadly submission. I'll spare you the history lesson. After all, the kind of history we are evoking here is hardly history. It is every European's living memory. You all remember the devastating impact of the dissolution of Yugoslavia at the end of the Cold War. You all remember how the Western Balkans, the poorest and the most explosive corner of Europe, were struggling between life and death. You all remember how decades of tension within a region deeply divided by ethnicity, religion, and ideologies culminated in the birth of 7 independent countries. And you all remember the ensuing fragile peace process, a process that, as recent events in Ukraine continue to teach us every day, we would be foolish to take for granted. I'll concentrate my remarks on only one aspect of this human tragedy, the last chapter in the breakup of Yugoslavia, the humanitarian conflict in Kosovo. Decades of severe, widespread, and well-documented repression, an intentional barbaric military operation of ethnic cleansing conducted by Slobodan Milosevic resulted in hundreds of thousands of civilians displaced, 500,000 only in the little Albania. Thousands died. Some 20,000 women were raped, and these are official data from international organizations. And as we speak, some 1,600 people are still missing. The living are still searching for their loved ones. The dead have not yet found the peace of the grave. It all escalated for decades under the nose of the international community. It took years of repression and deprivations for the world to find moral principles and to act on their behalf. But it happened. Thanks God, it happened in 1999. Kosovo's last scream of despair could no longer be ignored. Its battle for survival aroused the world's compassion, and its biblical human waves escaping butchery triggered the democratic world's firm reaction. The international community took responsibility and came to its assistance. The first ever full-fledged military intervention of NATO on European soil recognized the struggle of Kosovo's Liberation Army, which resulted in the independence of the country a few years later. Justice was achieved, dignity was restored, reconciliation could start, or at least so it seemed. War is an ugly affair. It is in the nature of war that one presupposes the symmetry of combatants and assumes harms committed by both sides. But the war in Kosovo was no ordinary war. It was the bloody showdown of an ultra-nationalist dictatorship in the womb of Europe. It was the democratic West conscience rally. It was a desperate call from the center of Europe to redeem the integrity of the international community after decades of ignoring the plight of millions of civilians around the world. And the West rose to the challenge. International community found its conscience. Europe found its moral compass. And yet, not too long after, that compass was lost. It was lost in this very building. Those very same international institutions that ended the war in Yugoslavia and gave Kosovo the right of freedom, of peace, of dignity, undermine their very own actions and their very own principles. They ended up not only questioning the motives and integrity of Kosovo's liberation struggle, but assuming through their actions that they had never had any. How could this happen? I'll spare you uninteresting speculations. Here are the facts. Less than a decade after NATO's intervention, in 2008, Carla Del Ponte, former chief prosecutor at the International Criminal Tribunal for former Yugoslavia, published a memoir entitled Madam Prosecutor. In that book, Del Ponte claimed that heinous crimes had been committed by the leadership of the Kosovo Liberation Army, including, first and foremost, human organ trafficking. The book, naturally, sent shockwaves throughout the world. And this allegation occupied front pages from Europe to Australia, despite the fact that the allegations were vehemently denied in Kosovo. The most mysterious question of all was what prevented a powerful prosecutor working with a very strong mandate given by the Security Council of the United Nations to inquire further. Her investigations on the matter, including in Albania in 2004, were inconclusive, to say the least. How did the allegations persist? Again, I will not engage in speculations on the answers. But the question raised in Del Ponte's memoir, guess what? Were interesting enough to draw the attention of Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin's man here in the Council of Europe. It was one such man, namely Konstantin Kosachev, head of the Russian delegation to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, who in 2008 tabled a motion for all of your predecessors. Listen to the title. Inhumane treatment of people and illicit trafficking in human organs in Kosovo. This is how the occupiers call it, Kosovo. Kosachev himself, an MP representing United Russia, Putin's party, for them who don't know, was subsequently sanctioned by the United States and the EU. Of course, not for very decent jobs. But while the man fell from grace, his work persisted through the Council of Europe. Not only did it persist, but it was elevated. His motion was picked up by this honorable body, which blessed a team to prepare a report, who claimed to conduct independent research in the region between 2008 and 2010 on behalf of this very body, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Serbian diplomats later bragged about how such a report were largely based on files supplied by the Serbian war crimes prosecutors. But I don't want to speculate on this any further. What matters here is that the report mentioned by name high-ranking members of the Kosovo Liberation Army and accused them of committing horrific crimes, including organ trafficking during and after the war in 1998-1999. And while the report did not produce then or at any point later, by the way, just for you to know, the Albanian delegation here presented didn't obstruct. And although without any evidence, its author claimed to have obtained, it was adopted in its entirety and verbatim by a resolution of this Assembly in January 2011. I'm here today in 2022, and there is a reason for that. Not because I and us in Albania discovered today that this was the most horrendous fake news ever spread through the hands, the very noble hands of the Council of Europe, but because we waited patiently until we saw the official indictment, which I'll come back later. So I hope you understand the gravity of all this. Let me repeat, totally unverified claims of a former prosecutor general in search for a great sell of her book. We know how it goes with people that leave office and then leave with their memoirs. Led to a motion tabled by United Russia MP, which turned into a Council of Europe report sustained by totally dubious sources, which then turned into a resolution of this Parliamentary Assembly and led to the creation later of the Kosovo Special Chambers to judge those suspected of human organ trafficking while fighting their liberation war. One of the most famous novels of Albania, but also European literature, The General of the Dead Army, by Ismail Kadare, tells the story of a representative of the Italian state visiting a village in post-war Albania to search for the bodies of Italian soldiers allegedly killed during the Second World War. In our case, reality exceeds fiction. A representation of one of the most well-respected European institutions, the Council of Europe, visits several sites in remote Albanian villages searching for specialized clinics where human organs extraction is supposed to have taken place. The report places particular emphasis on one key, listen to this, medical site, a yellow house in North Albania, where operations were allegedly based. The suspected building, which by the way is not yellow at all, but never mind, this is the least offensive of the fantasies, is in fact not a clinic. It is a bare stone construction of an Albanian poor family. Any of you can visit at any time. It's one of the many in remote areas that are practically the same. The village itself, situated in a very remote area in northern Albania, which was at that time, listen to this, cut off from electricity and running water, as well as from paved roads, is not exactly the ideal location for operation of such complexity and sophistication as organ removals. So imagine, sorry for bringing you to this horror imagination, but imagine to extract organs without electricity, without water, and without roads to transport, let alone the specialized machineries and so on and so further. Indeed, the villagers were questioned, and they answered they never, ever, not only saw, but either heard of any such things. But even for their silence, the fantasies that were presented here to all the Parliamentary Assembly got an answer. Is written. You can check. References to threats. Threats. So the villagers were threatened by the Kosovo Liberation Army, as well as given free payoffs, such, and I quote, free access to alcohol, drugs, and prostitutes. Prostitutes. So prostitutes are brought from I don't know where to that remote village to silence these villagers. Alcohol and drugs, it's easy because there is an assumption worldwide that Albanians all make use of them. This is unfortunately not the only place where that report resorts to very damaging stereotypes in a devastating cocktail that mixes ignorance with arrogance. In ordinary circumstances, the confusion of a tiny, traditional, poor Albanian village with the red light district of Western European capital would make one laugh, at least at the naivety of the observer. But this is no laughing matter. It's no laughing matter that young people sacrificing their life to free their country are depicted as members of a dangerous mafia group dealing with organ trafficking. It's no laughing matter that Albanians, being Albanians from Albania or Kosovo, are regularly depicted as inferior people with an overdeveloped loyalty to their clan and an insufficient respect for civil society and political institutions. It's no laughing matter that the report itself admits that in crucial cases, investigators had no direct access to their sources. So what they were doing, gossiping, or what? It's no laughing matter that it admits in footnotes. There are very, very interesting footnotes that would have made jealous Franz Kafka and Dostoevsky and whomever has had the strong imagination to enter in the depth and dark inside of the human nature. That several claims, it says there, could not be corroborated, but the claims stay there still. You Google, you check, you have it. It's no laughing matter that it emphasizes that the investigators were operating under financial constraints, and therefore they lacked resources for a proper legal investigation, what we are talking about. It's no laughing matter that throughout the process, specialists and diplomats active in the region called for caution and restraint. They were same as you, same as your predecessor sitting here, dignified and honorable representatives of the international community. But they knew more. And it's no laughing matter that Bernard Kouchner, who is also a doctor, then special envoy in the UN Secretary General, from the UN Secretary General, repeatedly emphasized, please, please, please stop with that. These claims are highly dubious. Nevertheless, the phantomatic Yellow House made the way until here to capture not only the imagination, but also the rules of procedure and even a voting session. Votes included in this House. In this House, which is real. It's not a phantomatic House. The House of European nations. The House of all Europeans. Them from EU, and them only with the E without you. But while Kader's novel, The General of the Dead Army, is a fictional creation, whose legacy is to entertain and teach readers about the horrors of the past, the ultimate accomplishment of your very own general, in search of a non-existing army of organs, was to make a mockery of the word human rights itself. On the basis of that, and despite the glaring lack of evidence regarding the alleged trafficking of organs, the Kosovo special chambers were founded, leading to the arrest of 4 individuals, including the sitting president of Kosovo, Hashim Thaçi. Just for a second, put in motion the vehicle of your imagination. And imagine the president, the prime minister, or the leader of your country being taken from his office and put in custody without an official indictment. Someone named Joe Biden used to call him Kosovo's George Washington. But at this point, it would be more appropriate to call him Joseph K., since, like Kafka's character in the trial, he was arrested by a remote and inaccessible authority without understanding what he was indicted for. President Thaçi resigned with grace, left his office with dignity, made himself available to justice, repeatedly said that he trusts international justice, because at the end, justice is what he has put his life in line for. He's still there, sitting in The Hague, a living Joseph K., in detention, created by a fake news that spread like a plague and affected international politics, international institutions. But don't try to take me wrong. I'm not here to question, nor the Kosovo, especially chambers, either anything that has to do with the due process. I'm here to question the source, the very source, the infected, abhorring source that created all this wave, and I am here to question the fact that in the official indictment that came out after 1 year that the man, not a simple man, a sitting president, was kept in prison, there is no single word, not one, that explicitly or implicitly bring the case of human organ trafficking. It's a non-existing matter. And this is why I'm here today. And I was not here last year, the year before last year, and the year before last year, because we were patiently waiting to see if something would pop up. Although we knew that nothing can pop up. It's a pure fantasy. Very well fabricated in Kremlin. And very, very intelligently trafficked, smuggled in the channels of international politics and brought here in the temple of human rights. Honorable parliamentarians, I understand the question of symmetry. I understand the importance of impartiality. I understand the urge to investigate. It is in the nature of institutions, such as this one too, that things take time and thorough research needs to be done before one can pronounce on any case. But there comes a point where delays, hesitations, maneuvering lose their necessary administrative character and acquire a second meaning, one that ends up humiliating precisely those the international community is supposed to serve. This damages the international community itself. Not because it can no longer continue to do what it has always done, but because faith in the international system is broken. When the world turns upside down and victims become perpetrators, everything is possible. One abolishes the distinction between right and wrong, truth and lies. And if that distinction is abolished, we are once again in the realm of arbitrary power. And the first victim of that distortion is you. Yes, all of you. It's the international community itself. A cruel fake news made the way to become a report that was transformed into a resolution in an admirable effort, in fact, to serve truth and justice by so many people that were totally misled and made it end up undermining both truth and justice. Your decade-ago actions have triggered, in good faith, one of the most monumental failures of international politics and international justice, an ugly distortion of human rights and dignity in the very act of seeking to uphold both. But I'm not here to blame your predecessors. Far from it. I'm here for you. Men and women I can see in the eye, who I associate with the European conscience of justice. The Council of Europe, the world excellence in human rights protection. I'm here to tell you that as a result of this Council's, this Assembly passed decision, the world of justice was turned upside down. Victims of horrendous war crimes were turned into perpetrators. The search for truth turned in a never-ending replication of lies. A young freedom fighter was turned into an Albania mafia gang leader. It's easy. A peace-building elected leader was turned into a war criminal. A heroic struggle of ordinary people, rallied under the flag of their liberation army, was turned into a grueling story of organ trafficking. A nation's quest for dignity was trampled in shameful accusations of mass atrocities. Those rescued through humanitarian intervention were accused of the most inhumane crimes. And this is how international justice was displaced once more by international hypocrisy. But make no mistake, I'm not here to plea for Kosovo. The truth of Kosovo is known to all who have eyes to see, to all who have ears to hear, to all who have their heart in its place. Without the truth, the international community would have continued to stand by, as they have done for decades, while the people of Kosovo went through a brutal apartheid. If they ultimately intervened, it's because truth was on Kosovo's side. Kosovo has applied to join the Council of Europe. It goes without saying that Albania supports that application unreservedly and urges you to do the same, all of you. It goes without saying that Serbia should recognize Kosovo as a free, democratic, and independent neighboring state. But if this major step for Serbia may take time, the admission of Kosovo as an equal member of the Council of Europe should not take any time anymore. Just do it. Do it now, and do it for all of us. For Europe, not for Kosovo. For the Europe that is facing together an ugly war. And if you need a second opinion, listen to the Ukrainians. Ukraine has not recognized Kosovo. Ask them what they think now. And thinking about what I told you before, try to imagine President Zelensky 10 years after being part of something as surreal as President Thatcher is today, because already Kremlin and Moscow is saying there are human organ trafficking activities by neo-Nazis in Donbass. Be prepared. In admitting Kosovo in this big family of ours, will contribute to peace and to reconciliation in the region, will consolidate human and minority rights in Kosovo, will support justice reform and institution building in the youngest democracy of Europe, and will help Kosovo society keep the government in check. I'm in no doubt that Kosovo will continue to make progress on all these fronts. What brought me here is not the concern for Kosovo's democracy, which despite its young age, despite the current crisis, it will do okay. It is Albania's strong faith in institutions such as this one that has been shaken with your decision, with that decision. When the truth of an entire nation is so dreadfully distorted, one can only plead, for God's sake, don't let a previous tragic mistake become your unforgivable sin. I'm here for you. I'm here for all of us. I'm here as European, in Europe's temple of faith in international and human rights. And just like St. Anthony ended up preaching the fishes because the people had lost their faith, I hope tragic mistakes such as this one this assembly did with the liberators won't turn us all into heretics. I'm here to implore you to save the face of human rights in Europe, to protect your own integrity, to tell all the oppressed people in the world and all the victims of human rights violations that they can resist without fear, that their legitimate resistance will not one day become a crime, that victims will not be accused as perpetrators, that the international community will not come to their help only to turn its back again soon after, that it will not degrade and humiliate with such dreadful allegations the very people whose dignity it was supposed to restore. I urge you to drop the charges against Kosovo. I urge you to accept Albania's request to adopt a resolution asking for a follow-up report regarding unproven, shameful allegations of organ trafficking by members of the heroic Kosovo Liberation Army. It is a crime that was not committed and should have never been attributed. But let me end by repeating this. It is neither for the sake of Kosovo, not for that of Albania, that you should adopt this new resolution. It is for your own honor and credibility. The world is bad enough as it is. Human rights are in danger everywhere. They need warriors to fight on their behalf. But there can be no warriors if there is no faith. And it's all about faith. May God bless you all. May God bless the Council of Europe. Thank you very much.
No, there is no. Mr. Silovic, a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. With all due respect and sincere sympathy to the Prime Minister, I deeply regret that in his impressive speech, he distorted and mispresented the substance of the report and the resolution. And this is against our rules, sorry. The matter is not in our hands, it's in the hands of judiciary, and we do respect independence of judiciary in this House. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not consider this as a point of order. This is a comment, although I understand it, but we are talking indeed about the resolution of this assembly. We have run out of time, but nevertheless, I would like to give at least the speakers on behalf of the political groups the chance to ask questions, and I would like to ask the Prime Ministers to be as brief as possible, because we have spent this time. Suna.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe, considering the unprecedented allegations against former members of this Assembly, we should allow an extension of the time to debate this instead of eating up all of the time of this Assembly without us being allowed to respond in any way whatsoever to these allegations.
Thank you very much, but we will have to deal with our agenda. We have allocated 1 hour for this intervention of Prime Minister Rama, and he has accepted that he would answer questions, but I will at least allow the speakers on behalf of the political groups to ask their questions. And as I said, I will ask the Prime Minister to be as brief as possible. We have more issues on the agenda. If it's the same point of order, Damien, I don't take it. If it's another point of order, you can raise it.
Mr. President, actually what was being said distorted reality, the veracity. You have 2 former chairs of the Legal Affairs Committee that spoke in this direction, and the current one says the same. This is why the request by my colleague, Mrs. Evarsdottir, is right. And my point of order, Mr. President, is that we vote on the proposal of Mrs. Evarsdottir.
No, we are not going to vote, and I deal in this respect with the order of business. That is in our rules of procedure, so sorry very much. I first give now the floor to Mr. Frank Schwab on behalf of the group of Socialists, Democrats and Greens. He's from Germany. Frank, you have the floor.
Yeah, dear Mr. President, dear Mr. Prime Minister, to be honest, I'm 10 years here, but I'm a little bit speechless because this is not possible that you speak here 50 minutes and at the end don't give us an opportunity to have a debate. I think you was familiar with the rules here, and with all respect, this is really problematic. But we are a democratic organization. It's not a problem if you want to have a debate. I think we invite you to come again into a committee or whatever. Let's discuss the topic. But I think it's not the right forum and not the right way to do it here, and I don't really know how I should ask and how we should discuss what I want to ask. I want to ask about the judicial reform in Albania. I respect very much. I want to ask you, you have not so many judges now after you fight against corruption and these all things, how you deal with the question. I would like to ask you, if you come to Reykjavik, we have a summit in this organization on the 16th and 17th May next year. So these are my questions, but I don't know if this is the forum to do so. So again, if you want to speak about reports, like other heads of states or of governments as well, for sure, we are prepared to do so. Come back as soon as possible and let's discuss it.
Thank you very much. Before answering, Mr. Prime Minister, I take first the 4 other groups so that you can combine your answer at the end. Next I call Madam Elvira Kovac from Serbia, and she speaks on behalf of the European People's Party. You have 1 minute.
Distinguished Chair, dear Prime Minister, on behalf of the EPP Group, I'm also shocked. This was disrespectful to this organization. The report you mentioned was a report not of a Serbian delegation, Russian delegation, or whoever, the report of this organization, and you show the true disrespectfulness. So it was adopted by overwhelming majority. We agreed, so sorry colleagues, we agreed on the group of EPP that I would ask you about the Open Balkans initiative, but it is impossible after your 1-hour speech, not a word about Albania and the values of Council of Europe, but something else. Sorry, I have been here for 15 years. I have never experienced that.
Thank you very much, Elvira. Next in the debate, I call Mr. Asim Mollazada. He's from Azerbaijan, and he speaks on behalf of the European Conservative groups. You have the floor, Asim.
Welcome to Council of Europe, Mr. Prime Minister. My question related to security issues. Just recently, you participated in solemn ceremony opening interconnecting between Greece and Bulgaria for gas delivering from TAP and TANAP project. And is it a changing energy security situation in Southeastern Europe, this project, and what's your vision on that? Also, second, based on information about the cybersecurity attack to Albania, and also activity different proxy Islamic groups. Have you got support from NATO partners and NATO allies on this dangerous situation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mollazada. Now I call in the debate Mr. Julian Bulai from Romania, and he speaks on behalf of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats in Europe. Julian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Prime Minister. Your visit here is historical. The first part of your speech showed a visionary leader in terms of international affairs. But there was an asymmetry between all these great ambitions and then showing a politician fearing the phantoms of the past, and that is regrettable. And it should be clear the core of this assembly is not the prosecutors' one, so let us wait for the answers of the prosecutors in Hague in order to issue opinions. I have so many questions for you. I'll just have 3 follow-up questions and then a statement. Why aiming for a mini Schengen, which is the Open Balkans initiative, when we can all help you to aim for a bigger Schengen? Then, what is the role model that Albania could play in the future integration of the EU Balkans, given your stability, the stability of your country? And then I'm very much impressed how much you have taken the side of Kosovo within this assembly, which a certain legitimacy. But on the other hand, dear Prime Minister, undermining them at home, supporting the Open Balkans initiative, which is very much criticized by Kosovo, and isolating it. So I would like to have sincere answers to your question. Otherwise, yes, we are here to discuss, we are here to debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Now, the next, I call now next Madam Nina Kasimatis from Greece, and she speaks on behalf of the Unified European Left Group. And then, Mr. Prime Minister, I would like to ask you to react on the 5 contributions. Nina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Welcome to our Assembly, Prime Minister Rama, even in this tactless way. You had the time for. Anyway, you are very well aware that we are particularly keen on supporting Albania and all West Balkan partners in meeting the necessary conditions for their EU accession process. Do you think that the necessary adherence on Albania's part to European values and principles that this accession process entails could really be compatible with following a policy of developing deep synergies with state actors like Turkey that violate human rights and the rule of law in the internal and nurture overtly revisionist agendas and adopt inflammatory rhetoric in this region, running thus counter to EU's proclaimed policies of peace, democracy and cooperation? Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Mr. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. President, honorable members, I'm not sure, at least about them who expressed their uneasiness about my speech, that they really understood what I was talking about. So I suggest to them and to all that feel like them to read it, and to read it again and again, because they'll find there very clearly why I'm here and how highly I respect this institution. But I strongly believe that the virtue, one of the virtues of democratic institutions, is to be humble in looking on themselves, and is to have a fair share of self-criticism. I didn't accuse your predecessors of anything. I understand them. If I was one of them, and I would have been told from one member or some members here that there is suspicion of human organ trafficking, of course, I would vote like they did, and I would make the same mistake they did. But we are 11 years later. Where are the organs that were trafficked? They are not. So it's not tactless, lady, to scream here and ask all of you to help the international institutions and the international politics to restore its credibility and to restore faith of people on them. It's not tactless to simply share with you only facts. I can imagine, and I understand, the only person I understand really from what I hear is a Serbian colleague. She is shocked, of course. For Serbia, it will take time. It will take more time than for everyone else to absorb it and to live with it, and to finally make this recognition of Kosovo and build, together with Kosovo, a common future in peace. But let me tell you, I didn't come here to be disrespectful to Serbia. There are many people in Albania and Kosovo that I think I am a Serbian agent. So I'm proud. I'm proud to be serving the truth. When it's nice to Serbia, my truth, it's fine. As it's fine when it's not nice to Serbia. This is my truth. I don't pretend anything else than the truth of my nation that I represent here proudly. And just put yourself in the shoes of every Albanian parliamentarian, of every Albanian elected person, of every Albanian young student abroad that meets with this prejudice built upon a fake news that Albanians, even when they make war to liberate themselves from enemies, they traffic human organs. And let me tell you, one colleague of yours, not member, ambassador here, he was worried because a missing person from his country in the Albanian mountains could have been taken his organs. Why? Because he has listened to all this. This is how stereotypes kill faith in truth and in institutions. So I'm very sorry. I don't take any single word from what I said. If you want to do a debate, I'm happy to come back for a debate. And you should have a debate about it. And it's through a debate that you can really find the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr.
So
Prime Minister.
I have to answer the questions now. Because
Yes, but
there were
because
many
I want-
people, there were several people.
Sorry, Mr. Prime Minister.
No, there were several.
sorry,
No,
Prime
you should
Minister.
not be sorry for me.
Sorry.
You
No,
should
no,
be
but
sorry.
I deal
No,
with the order.
no.
You get the floor. You get the floor.
No, I have to answer the
what
question. Because if they
Sir,
stand and they say procedure, and then they do like in Albanian
Sir,
parliament,
you
that they
get
speak
the
about
floor.
opinions, I have to
explain
give my opinions.
I explain you the procedure. I would like you to ask very briefly to these questions because I want at least give some more members the right to ask their questions. We are running out of time. We have run out of time. But I take the time. I have listened to the assembly. But so please continue your answer, but do it as brief as possible that I can give the floor to some more members and then we finish the debate. You have the floor, Mr. Prime Minister.
I finished with my rebuttal to all the gentlewomen and gentlemen, and I simply wanted to follow with the questions. And I'll go back to the lady. I don't know from where she comes from because they didn't introduce themselves. Greece. Now it's understandable why she's worried. Now it is understandable why you are worried about our relation with Turkey. But Turkey is, as Greece is, as Italy is, and they are, the three of them, defined in our foreign policy line as strategic partners. So, I didn't really understand your question when it comes to Albania. I understand it when it comes to Greece. You have your own problems with Turkey. I hope you will solve them through dialogue and international justice. But when it comes to us, we don't compare and we don't pick between our strategic partners and friends, because we have learned from our past that neighbors are there to stay forever. Neighbors will not go somewhere else. And my grandmother, who was a very wise woman, as all your grandmothers, used to tell me, happy neighbor, happy house. And the contrary is clear. So we don't fear anything bad coming from Turkey. On the contrary, I would add, Turkey is very important for Europe's security and stability. Without Turkey, the refugee crisis of 2015 would have turned in an apocalyptic crisis for the stronger countries of Europe. It was Turkey that stood there in the gates of Europe and did what it did. And to finish with that, I want to add that I know both. I have the honor to know both, and I have the privilege to consider myself a friend of both, President Erdogan and Prime Minister Mitsotakis. I think they are the best people in the right place to solve this. As Charles de Gaulle would say, man to man. And this is what I wish for the best of Turkey and for the best of Greece. Because nor Greece will go away, either Turkey will go away. To the question, what is this? What is this?
Nina, I take your point of order later. First, we let the Prime Minister.
I thought only the Albanian Parliament has this kind of problem, so I feel home here.
Sorry, sir, but I also would like to ask you to be brief, because our members have 30 seconds, so be brief.
I am doing my best to respect and to honor this assembly and to give answers to everyone. If you want, I can stop here because I finished my job here. I did what I came to do. But they are asking, I have to answer. So to the other friend, I don't know where he was from, who asked about why we need the Open Balkan while we have the Berlin process, I'm telling, they don't exclude each other. On the contrary, the Open Balkan would not exist without the Berlin process, and the Berlin process cannot be implemented without the Open Balkan. And in this, just so you know, I think the same with Serbia's president, Aleksandar Vučić, and not the same with Kosovo's Prime Minister, Albin Kurti. So this is how it goes. It's about convictions, and it's about your own truth. It's not about your own team or about your own colors. To the role model, I don't know what you were talking about. What is our role model? What is Albania's role model? Albania's role model are the Albanian great minds of our Renaissance and all the Albanians that work hard in Albania or all over Europe, that do not deserve the stigma and the stereotypes that are so easily repeated when it comes to Albania and Albanians because of 0.something% of them who do other things. So we don't want to become like someone else. We don't want to be someone else. We are very proud to be Albanians, and we are very, very much eager to do everything we can that our children are proud for us. To the question of cyber attack, yes, it was a cyber attack organized and sponsored by the Islamic Republic of Iran, based not on what we think, but based on forensic and thorough investigation of top agencies from the Microsoft Threat Intelligence team to several other American and European agencies. So the attribution has been made based on facts. And to conclude, I'm telling you that I would never, ever dare to come here or anywhere else and to speak based on wishful thinking or on fantasies. I spoke to you from the floor based on facts, and I very much wish that you will fix it, that this tragic mistake that was made at that time, in good faith, by no doubt in good faith, I didn't accuse anyone for any conspiracy, but in good faith, to not become forever the unforgivable sin of the Council of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. I now take 3 more questions, and no, 4 more questions, and then you have a few minutes to respond, and then I close the debate because we are running out of time. The questions will be posed by Mr. Goncharenko, Mr. Kolatyan, Mr. Fournier, and Mr. Gauthier. And Prime Minister, I introduce everybody with his name or her name and the country, as I did with the first 5 questions. So perhaps you could take note of that. First question comes from Alexei Goncharenko from Ukraine. 30 seconds, Alexei.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Prime Minister, first of all, I see a lot of emotions now in the hall. I just want to calm down all of us. I think that it's very important for us, like a free world, to be united, not to argue one with another. I just want to say thank you also to Albania for all support we are receiving for Ukraine and also in the United Nations. And we are suffering from the same threats. Odessa, my native city, and Ukraine from Iranian drone kamikaze, you from Iranian cyber attacks. So my question is, what we should do with the world security system? United Nations doesn't work, and should Russia be excluded from the Security Council of United Nations? Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei. Next I call on debate Mr. Titus Korlatian. He's from Romania. Titus, 30 seconds.
Prime Minister, no change for my country's clear support for the European path of Albania based on criteria, but there is one single question which is related to elements. The bilateral political discussions that we had during the years on one specific topic, and secondly, and this is the first time when we invoke this, the rule of law criteria for the EU accession, the execution of judgments, a court of appeal from Albania from 2007 on the historical restitution of a historical symbol for our bilateral relations, Casa Iorga from Saranda. A proof that King Zogu of Albania, as a proof of gratitude, offered this property to a historian, a great man from Romania that wrote the first history of Albania in 1919 that was used by the Albania delegation in the London Conference for Peace for obtaining the independence of the country. Do you have the intention for this restitution, and when? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Titus. Next question. Prochain orateur est M. Bernard Fournier de la France. Bernard.
Monsieur le Premier ministre, même si l'Albanie était peu dépendante de la Russie sur le plan des relations commerciales ou de la fourniture d'énergie, vous avez déclaré qu'il fallait éviter que la guerre en Ukraine touche les Balkans, car, selon vos propres mots, c'est la chaîne la plus vulnérable d'Europe. Alors que nous avons débuté hier dans la perspective européenne des Balkans occidentaux, que nous en avons débattu, pouvez-vous nous faire part de votre analyse sur les facteurs de déstabilisation de la région? Je vous remercie.
Merci Bernard. Et la dernière question vient de M. Damien Cotier de la Suisse. Damien, 30 secondes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Premier ministre. Nous voulons tous avoir la meilleure coopération possible entre les pays du Conseil de l'Europe. Et je dois dire que, en tant que président de la Commission des affaires juridiques, je suis un peu triste que vous ayez remis en cause la qualité du travail qui a été fait à l'époque par M. Dick Marty, qui est un des rapporteurs les plus réputés de cette institution et qui a créé la réputation internationale aussi du Conseil de l'Europe. Donc, est-ce que vous pensez que cette manière de faire est la meilleure manière de travailler avec cette institution, surtout que vous n'avez pas rappelé que la suite de ce rapport a été la création des chambres à La Haye, des chambres spéciales pour le Kosovo, et que donc c'est un processus judiciaire indépendant qui est maintenant en route. Vous nous avez demandé « drop the charges », mais pourquoi est-ce que vous demandez ça, Monsieur le Premier ministre, puisque vous savez très bien que c'est un processus judiciaire indépendant, que l'Assemblée a fait son rapport qui n'est pas un rapport d'enquête criminelle. On a un processus judiciaire indépendant maintenant qui se met en place. Et comment voulez-vous qu'une assemblée politique comme la nôtre intervienne dans un processus judiciaire alors que nous sommes là, comme vous avez dit, dans le temple des droits de l'homme pour respecter l'état de droit? Ça ne peut pas être notre rôle, Monsieur le Premier ministre. Est-ce que vous êtes d'accord avec cette analyse?
Merci, Damien. Mr. Prime Minister, 5 minutes left because we have a full schedule for the rest of the day. So I would like to combine the answers in the coming 5 minutes, and then I have to close this most interesting debate. You have the floor, Mr. Prime Minister.
Alors, je commence par le monsieur et je vous informe que le président, très gentiment, m'a demandé de ne pas mentionner M. Dick Marty dans mon discours. Et comme ça, j'ai demandé le permis de ne pas manger le déjeuner qu'il nous a offert très généreusement pour enlever M. Dick Marty de mon discours. Alors, si vous continuez à me dire que ce que je vous ai dit, c'est c'est une demande de vous mettre comme une sorte d'obstacle de la justice ou d'interférer dans le processus, vous n'avez rien compris, or vous ne voulez pas comprendre. Parce que j'ai dit pendant mon discours, cet grave problème de trafic d'organes humains, ça n'a rien à voir avec le processus. Pourquoi? Parce que dans le indictment, il n'y a aucun mot sur ça, et les chambres là sont en train de juger toute autre chose. Toute autre chose. Ça veut dire cette accusation très grave et honteuse de trafic d'organes qui a amené tous ici dans une sorte de solidarité, parce que c'est la chose la plus normale, d'être solidaire pour investiguer sur un crime pareil, a été la source d'inspiration pour aller vers la création de ces chambres, mais les chambres ne sont pas en train de s'occuper de ça parce que ça n'existe pas. C'est ça le problème. Et c'est pour ça que c'est à vous de s'occuper de ça. Ce n'est pas aux chambres. Les chambres sont en train de faire autre chose. Est-ce que vous avez entendu de moi de vous dire que les chambres doivent être dissolues? Non. On n'a jamais interféré avec le processus parce que c'est un processus de justice. Et on sait ça. Même si on est albanais, on sait ça. Alors, je vais être très clair. Très, très clair. Si vous allez, avec une certaine objectivité, lire le rapport vous-même, vous allez trouver beaucoup plus de raisons pourquoi je suis ici. Beaucoup plus de raisons. Parce que je comprends la solidarité avec un membre de ce Parlement, je comprends tout. Mais je n'ai jamais dit, et je n'ai jamais pensé en plus, que c'est une conspiration. C'est une erreur tragique en bonne foi. Alors les erreurs tragiques, dans la démocratie, on les corrige. On a la humilité d'accepter qu'on a fait une erreur. On ne fait pas ce sort de réaction comme ça. Mais on dit OK. Et pour continuer avec l'autre monsieur en français, le temps c'est très court, mais je vous dis une chose. Les Balkans sont la chaîne plus faible de toute la solidarité et la stabilité européenne vis-à-vis de l'agresseur de l'Ukraine, parce que dans les Balkans, il y a les zones où Vladimir Vladimirovitch a son influence la plus présente. La Serbie, la Republika Srpska, et pas seulement, mais aussi dans quelques autres pays, sauf l'Albanie et sauf Kosovo. Pourquoi? Parce qu'en Albanie et au Kosovo, la Russie n'a pas aucune sorte d'influence. Et c'est pour ça que, étant dans cet désaccord profond avec la Serbie, avec le président, que je retiens mon ami, j'ai continué et je continue ici à vous dire, comme j'ai dit dans des autres instances de la politique internationale, il ne faut pas mettre de la pression extrême sur la Serbie pour les sanctions. Parce que, premièrement, la Serbie ne peut pas survivre les sanctions. Deuxièmement, il ne faut pas faire gaffe de créer les conditions pour jeter la Serbie ou la population là qui admire Vladimir Poutine, malheureusement, dans les bras du Kremlin, parce que après, on peut avoir un problème. Ça, c'est un peu la logique. Ben, je ne peux pas élaborer plus parce qu'il n'y a pas de temps. And the last,
Mr. Prime Minister,
the
yes,
last
because
to
we
the
have
Ukrainian,
to the end.
to the Ukrainian, I have to answer.
Well, 1 minute
I let it at the end as a dessert. My friends, I'm very happy I brought here some emotions. You need them, and not you as Ukraine, you as Council of Europe, and in the same time, I am the Prime Minister of Albania. So I am 1.98 meters, but I have a clear sense of the size of my country. So I don't think Albania can have the capacity and nor the pretension to tell the world what the world should do. And this is the great thing also, being the Prime Minister of a small country, because you don't have to take the most difficult decisions for the world. You have just to follow. We are very, very committed to the European path, to the Western Alliance, to NATO. We are the most pro-European country in Europe based on surveys of the European Union. We are more pro-American than Texans, so we are okay with whatever these big guys do when it comes to the big picture. So it's not up to Albania to tell if Russia should be excluded or should be included. But if you want to exclude Russia, we happily exclude Russia. If you want to keep Russia, we keep Russia. This is not our thing. We don't rule the world. We want Albania to be fully respected, Albanians to be fully respected, and we want our region to prosper, working hand to hand with Serbia and making sure that our disagreements are not reason to open new conflicts. But in the same time, letting all people understand the quality of democracy is not about how much you agree with each other, but how graciously you disagree with each other. If you disagree graciously, everything is fine. And you know this because most of you are married. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. We have extended our debate with a half hour due to the fact that your introduction speech took a bit more than normally, but I hope that we at least have had a chance to answer some questions. Thank you very much for being here with us, and I wish you well. And now I have to go to the next item of business this afternoon, and that is the debate on the report titled The Honouring of the Membership Obligations to the Council of Europe by Hungary. You find it in document 15619, presented by Mr. George Papandreou and Mr. Erik Niels Cross on behalf of the Monitoring Committee. In order to allow time, in order to allow time for the joint debate this afternoon, I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 5:20 to allow time for the replies. Before we are going to listen to the rapporteurs, we have two remarks from members, two personal statements. First, I give the floor to Madam Oomen. Ria, you have the floor for a personal statement.
Yes, Chairman, I have to make a point of order. I made a terrible mistake this morning. In the Turkey report, I wanted to follow the rapporteur, but I didn't do it for the last vote. So please, could you correct it? I wanted to vote in favor of the report and not against, as I did.
Thank you very much, Madam Oomen. I also give the floor to Mr. Tilki from Hungary for a personal statement. Mr. Tilki.
I would like to raise a point of order concerning the vote on the resolution to debate on Turkey. I intended to vote against the report, but I accidentally voted in favor. Please consider my vote against.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tilki. That was not a point of order but a personal statement, but it's noted. Nina, you had a point of order.
Mr.
Or is it a personal statement, I think, more?
Yes.
Yes?
Okay, yes, because Prime Minister Rama is now gone. I would like to say that I'm not just a lady who took the floor. My name is Nina Kasimati. I was introduced by you, and I am the representative, I'm the spokesperson of the Unified European Left at the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. In this capacity, I posed a question to Prime Minister Rama Rama. The question was not posed on behalf of Greece, but on behalf of the group. And I'm really sorry, for that matter, that Prime Minister Rama thinks that the violations of Turkey against a sovereign state like Greece and sovereign rights is a bilateral problem. Greece's borders are European and human rights as well values. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nina. I think that there was at least some misunderstanding between the Prime Minister and our colleagues. He advised us to reread his speech. Perhaps the Prime Minister will also reread our minutes that are made to see what we did. Now we will continue with the debate. We will begin with Mr. Papandreou, Mr. Cross, the co-rapporteurs. You each have 5 minutes to present the report and 5 minutes in total to reply. Mr. Papandreou, George, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. After that interesting debate, we change gears to Hungary. Hungary is a beautiful country with a proud people. And in this report, we evaluate the compliance of its government with the principles Hungary itself has signed onto, those of the Council of Europe. But it is also intended for the benefit of the nation and people of Hungary, whose fate and decisions made by the government affect us all in our unified European family. Let me thank our colleagues from Hungary and the Hungarian authorities for our discussions, as well as the hospitality during our recent visits to Budapest, and of course our Secretariat for all their excellent support. We also had extensive discussions with the opposition, organizations representing journalists, judges, local government, NGOs, as well as justice authorities and the Ombudsman. We did not get into questions, although we discussed them, of geopolitics, dependency of Hungary on Russian gas, or the sizable Hungarian minority in Ukraine, or other ideological issues as mixed races, or on the numerous reports on gender and minority issues. We focused on what the Parliamentary Assembly 9 years ago expressed, its deep concern about the erosion of democratic checks and balances and the excessively concentrated powers. Since then, there have been numerous reports, Mr. Chairman, from other bodies, the Venice Commission, ODIHR, Greco, EU Commission, United Nations, the ECHR, pointing to similar issues. Fidesz, the ruling party, has won successive elections. Because of the electoral system, it has also enjoyed an almost uninterrupted two-thirds majority in the parliament over the past decade. The importance of this supermajority is that it can, according to the Constitution, make major changes to the Constitution itself, vote in cardinal laws, and make appointments to high positions such as the Supreme Court of the Curia, the National Office of the Judiciary, as well as the Media Council and recently the so-called public trust funds. The questions we were tasked to examine for this report was how these important powers have been used. Were they used in a way that maintained or deepened democratic rule and consensus-building practices, or were they used to further concentrate and consolidate political power of the ruling party, therefore undermining the practice and the spirit of democracy? Unfortunately, we confirmed the latter, what previous reports have established of the excessive concentrated powers further eroding democratic checks and balances. Not only we, but many other bodies, such as the Venice Commission, have constituted that these powers have been politicizing the judiciary, impeding the diversity of media, weakening the power of the parliament for checks and balances through emergency measures, centralizing the competencies and revenues of local government, electoral law changes seeming to benefit the incumbent party, and the transfer of public functions and properties, universities and hospitals, that is, to foundations, public trust funds as they are called, highly controlled by pro-government persons. Our conclusion in brief: constitutional changes, cardinal laws and decrees, use of discretionary powers, financial policies and government funds have influenced the structure of the economic elite, of media, and political appointments to crucial institutions, undermining their independence. In doing so, we are seeing the concentration of power, as has been stated in previous reports, and further, the cementing of a monopoly of power over Hungarian political, economic, and cultural life. In conclusion, again, I want to thank our colleagues from Hungary and for our good cooperation, and as well as the Secretariat for their excellent work. And now my colleague Eric will continue on his points which we have agreed on.
just before I call Mr. Cross, just before, can we please get everyone to sit down and to keep the noise level very, very low if it needs to exist at all? It is very disruptive to the speakers if this level of noise carries on. Thank you. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, after the previous debate, I'm happy to say that thankfully our report is not going to cover, it doesn't cover anything regarding human organs trafficking. That makes me already quite relieved. But to be serious, I as well would like to thank our Hungarian hosts that received us in Budapest for the frank conversations we had with them. And as you will notice reading the report, there remains quite a number of issues where we agree to disagree with the Hungarian government. However, several themes where we would also probably disagree, we didn't cover in this report, as George already said. This is not a report about gender issues, about ideological culture wars. This is a report about democratic processes, governance, rule of law, electoral situation, media situation, and very importantly about the judicial situation in Hungary. With this approach, we hoped and still hope to keep the debate in legal realm, in the realm of rule of law, which is the core topic of this House. And we do hope that Hungary will not use the few points in other areas as a smokescreen to criticize the much more fundamental questions raised by us and by the Assembly in this report. In addition to George's point, I would highlight really one core issue that I find most critical in the situation in Hungary right now. And that concerns the so-called emergency situation legislative practice, called special legal order, under which Hungary has been governed since 2020. And what it means that the Prime Minister has the legislative power to sign and enforce laws without consulting the Parliament. As you know, the ruling party has the two-thirds majority in the Parliament, again after the spring parliamentary elections. Initially, this governing practice was introduced during the COVID pandemic as a special crisis management tool. At that time, it was not maybe too far away from practices in some other countries, and it was tacitly accepted by the Council and by others. But in May this year, the Parliament amended the Constitution, allowing the government to trigger a so-called state of danger in case of a war or humanitarian catastrophe in neighboring countries. And since this, then, the war in Ukraine was used as a pretext to reintroduce, after the end of pandemic, this kind of special legal order, and the Hungarian Prime Minister has been passing laws without the Parliament ever since. In war and crisis situations, the good tradition of democratic nations has been to aim for national consensus, to aim for engagement with the opposition, and to try to have a unified response. And in Hungary, the government's approach has been actually the opposite. Not only is the opposition sidelined, but the whole legislative branch of government is sidelined and marginalized. And we find that is a fundamental problem, at least a problematic trend in the democratic processes in Hungary. Personally, I find it also worrisome because we have lots of historical precedences of that kind of system from before World War II, including in my own country. Now, the justification for this special order has not been used in any other neighboring country of Ukraine in similar situations. And it has not even been used in Ukraine itself, where the opposite has happened, actually. The government and opposition have been working together much better since the war started. strictly legally speaking, of course, the Hungarian decree governance is not illegal. It is constitutional. Under the current political situation, by the way, Hungary can change the constitution, as we were told, in 6 weeks. I cannot even pass a simple law in my country, in my parliament, in 6 weeks. We know that legislation should be effective, but I'm not sure that it should be that effective, and I'm not sure we should, or Hungary should be proud of that. In the recent report, the European Parliament called Hungary an electoral autocracy. I'm not too happy with this term, but it certainly encompasses the problem, the core problem of Hungary today. There is a trend towards autocracy.
Can you bring your presentation to a conclusion, please?
I'm sure after this report we will be looking at Hungary much more closely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Papandreou and Mr. Cross, for your presentations. We now move on to the speakers, and I call Ria Oomen-Ruijten first.
Thank you, President. Let me first thank our rapporteurs, Mr. Papandreou and Mr. Cross. Dear colleagues, in 2003, I visited Budapest, and a particular highlight was recommended to me. I had to visit the House of Terror. Exhibited is the terror and repression from fascist and communist regimes against the Hungarian population. Impressive. Extensive attention was paid for a young, brave freedom fighter who had deeply committed himself for freedom, for democracy, for rule of law, and a society of values. This brave man was Viktor Orban. The later highly appreciated Prime Minister did first govern Hungary from 1998 till 2002 and came again in 2010. In 1990, Hungary joined our institution. In 2004, the European Union, and that means that they had to obey the rules from those organizations. But where do we stand now? In the report is stated that Hungary is drifting away from the principles and values of the Council of Europe, drifting and even denying the content and consequences of the European Convention on Human Rights, drifting away from the European Union, a community of values where the rule of law and respect for freedoms are the binding assets. Colleagues, in the field of judiciary, we are, as group, as EPP, very concerned. Independence and impartiality is at stake, and there is an imbalance of powers between judicial institutions. And let me be clear, a society which hasn't independent and impartial justice cannot fight corruption. In contrary, it poisons society and it harms also the interests of citizens. The electoral system and all the changes prevent smaller parties to obtain a foothold and help by all means the governing party. Then there is the recent creation of a so-called public interest group, a trust which will be managed by nominated chiefs for life. Press and media is suffering. Dear colleagues, special attention for fundamental rights and freedoms, LGBTI, or refugees who are so clearly refused. It's needed to do it in another way. But in a time where Europe is at war, Hungary denies sanctions against the terrorists who attacked us, who attacked and killed Ukrainian civilians. Hungary is for me a highly civilized country with citizens very respected in Europe. And that is why I expect a high moral standard. And I hope that this debate will be a wake-up call. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now call Martin Graf.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, wir beschäftigen uns heute mit dem Report des Monitoring Committee betreffend Einhaltung der Mitgliedsverpflichtungen Ungarns gegenüber dem Europarat in Bezug auf Wahlen und Wahlrecht, in Bezug auf Justiz und Rechtsstaatlichkeit sowie in Bezug auf Medien bzw. Medienfreiheit. Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, lassen Sie mich an dieser Stelle vorweg festhalten, dass ich persönlich diesen Bericht stellenweise als äußerst tendenziös, politisch motiviert und einseitig manipulierend empfinde. Ich werde den Eindruck nicht los, dass Teile dieses Berichts Ausdruck einer nationalen sowie auch internationalen Jagdgesellschaft gegenüber einem erfolgreichen Mitte-Rechtspolitiker in Europa, in diesem Fall Viktor Orban, darstellt. Nach dem Motto, wenn er nicht an der Wahlurne zu schlagen ist, spannen wir die internationalen Gremien ein, um letztlich die vom Wähler geschaffene eindeutige Ordnung ins Wanken zu bringen. Dieses Muster ist nicht neu in Europa und wird dies immer dann angewendet, wenn jenseits von links und liberal Mehrheiten demokratisch zustande kommen, zugunsten von konservativ-patriotischen Kräften. Die oppositionelle nationale und internationale Kritik stützt sich dabei mehrheitlich auf Meinungen, Behauptungen und tendenziöse Berichterstattungen von politischen Minderheiten und von diesen gesteuerten und finanzierten sogenannten Nichtregierungsorganisationen, welche darüber hinaus gar keine demokratische Legitimation aufweisen. Als Politiker, der nur 50 Kilometer von der ungarischen Grenze entfernt lebt und sich durch unzählige Besuche und Wahlbeobachtungen in Ungarn selbst ständig ein Bild macht, kann ich sagen, dass Ungarn in Bezug auf Wahlen und Wahlrecht sowie Organisation derselben hohe demokratische Standards erfüllt. Sehen Sie bei Wahlen und Wahlrecht nach Frankreich oder England als Maßstab, dann werden Sie Gewissheit haben. Weiters kann ich sagen, dass Ungarn in Bezug auf Presse- und Medienfreiheit vorbildlich agiert und kein Mangel an Freiheit und Vielfalt besteht. Schauen Sie in andere Länder und messen Sie nicht mit doppelten Standards. Und ich kann sagen, dass Ungarn in Bezug auf Rechtsstaatlichkeit und Justiz keine Defizite aufweist, die es nicht auch in allen anderen Mitgliedsländern des Europarates gibt. Vielleicht ein kleiner Exkurs zur Notstandsverordnung. Wenn Sie sehen, wie in manchen Ländern mit Opposition verfahren wird, zum Beispiel bis jüngst in Frankreich oder auch in Belgien bei großen Oppositionsparteien, dann werden Sie sehen, dass Ungarn einen höheren Standard verfolgt. Ob es nun den politischen Mitbewerbern sowie deren internationalen Sympathisanten gefällt oder nicht, Ungarn unter Fidesz und Viktor Orban ist und bleibt ein stabiler demokratischer Faktor in der europäischen Familie und daran wird auch dieser teilweise manipulativ wirkende, tendenziöse Bericht nichts ändern. Danke.
Thank you. Thank you. Maintenant, la parole est avec Damien Cotier.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président de séance. Le groupe ALDE a une opinion assez différente de ce qui vient d'être exprimé. Au contraire, il trouve que c'est un rapport de grande qualité et il aimerait remercier les rapporteurs pour la qualité du travail et des informations qui sont données. Non, au contraire, il n'y a pas de question de... C'est moi qui ai la parole maintenant. Je vous remercie. C'est ça la démocratie, on parle l'un après l'autre et on s'écoute. Il n'y a pas de double standard, au contraire, on mesure l'ensemble des pays du Conseil de l'Europe sur la base des mêmes standards. Et pratiquement dans tous, il y a des critiques à faire et des améliorations à faire dans chacun de nos pays. Et c'est un élément positif que le Conseil de l'Europe, avec ses institutions, que ce soit l'Assemblée parlementaire, mais aussi d'autres, Greco, Monival, la Commission de Venise ou d'autres, viennent et fassent des recommandations d'amélioration, appuient les pays pour faire ces améliorations et fassent des critiques quand il est besoin d'en faire. Et dans le pays qui nous concerne aujourd'hui, la Hongrie, malheureusement, le groupe ALDE estime qu'il faut effectivement, comme le disent les rapporteurs, avoir des inquiétudes parce qu'il y a de nombreux points sur lesquels il y a eu une dégradation de la situation ces dernières années. Les rapporteurs en ont parlé, la question de la séparation des pouvoirs et en particulier de l'indépendance des autorités judiciaires est une question préoccupante. La question aussi de l'indépendance des autorités locales est une question que nous devons regarder attentivement. Cette utilisation forte de ce qui est appelé en français l'état de péril, cette situation d'urgence, qui est un mécanisme qui est possible selon la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme et les standards du Conseil de l'Europe, mais qui doit être utilisé avec beaucoup de retenue et de proportionnalité, avec une limite dans le temps. Et là, on voit un système qui est utilisé de manière beaucoup plus forte sur la durée et sans qu'on comprenne exactement pour quelles raisons dans la situation actuelle, parce qu'il y a une guerre dans un pays voisin, cela implique qu'on modifie les procédures institutionnelles et donc le respect des institutions démocratiques. Et puis bien sûr des craintes dans le domaine des droits de l'homme, la question des migrations qui a été évoquée, la question du genre, évidemment la question LGBT avec les libertés en la matière où la situation est très inquiétante dans le pays, le travail avec les ONG et la liberté des médias, avec ces interdictions ou la fermeture de certains médias et la création de cette fondation qui en regroupe d'autres. Donc il faut des progrès dans ce pays. Il est important que nous ayons ce débat aujourd'hui. Il est important que nous regardions les choses de manière critique. Et pour cette raison, la majorité du groupe ALDE estime qu'il serait pertinent dans ce cas d'entrer dans une procédure de suivi.
Thank you very much. Now we go to Mr. George Katrougalis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I would like also to congratulate and comment on the work done by the two rapporteurs. I think that contrary an argument I have heard by the conservative colleague that there is a kind of plot against these ideas in the particular country and the particular leader, there are very concrete evidence for the contrary. Since 2011, we have 23 opinions of the Council of Venice, of the Committee of Venice, related to electoral, legal, or constitutional problems of the Hungarian government. And the report very pertinently pinpoints the important issues that are still crucial. I must admit that I found some very worrisome resemblances between some of these aspects and some recent political facts in my country, for instance, the extensive surveillance through spyware, the use of public money for influencing the press, but still, in Hungary, this is beyond any other comparison with other countries. Still, all of us, the vast majority in this room, who are criticizing the liberal democracies, we have a conundrum. How we can explain that such a regime is winning 4 consecutive electoral wins, the last one with 54% of the electoral votes, which of course is without precedent and without any kind of reference to the other countries of Europe. I think the response is not a complicated one. We have a double pathology in our continent. We have cases of illiberal democracies, like in Hungary, like in Poland, emerging in other countries of the continent. But we have also the reverse idol of this pathology, the undemocratic liberalism, who sometimes creates its reverse idol. It is worrisome if we have just elections and not respect of individual rights. It is equally worrisome if the decision of the majority of the population has not any kind of impact on the economic policy which is be followed. So I think that we should consider the pathology of our democracies as a whole and insist on remedying both the liberal and the democratic elements of it. And I think that reports like that of George Papandreou and Mr. Cross are very relevant to this direction. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, in the final group, the final person in the speakers on behalf of political groups, Mr. Shenak.
Danke sehr, Herr Präsident. Ja, ich weise die Angriffe namens meiner Gruppe auf die beiden Berichterstatter aufs Entschiedenste zurück. Auch ich wohne nur 50 Kilometer von der ungarischen Grenze weg. Und wenn ich die Augen aufmache, dann weiß ich, was los ist. Wien musste einer ganzen Universität aus Budapest Asyl anbieten für die Studenten, für den Lehrkörper und so weiter. Die zentraleuropäische Universität, die in Budapest war, ist jetzt in Wien. Aber es gibt auch ganz viele Künstler und Künstlerinnen, die keine Luft mehr zum Atmen haben in Ungarn, die auch deswegen verstärkt nach Österreich und nach Wien kommen. Es ist bedauerlich. Ungarn hat immer über Jahrhunderte für seine Freiheit, für seine Demokratie gekämpft, auch wenn Panzer einer Allianz in Budapest eingefahren sind. Das war immer ein Kampf. Aber heute gehört Budapest oder gehört Ungarn nicht mehr in den Kreis der wirklich demokratischen Länder. Es ist eine illiberale Demokratie mit einer extremen Machtkonzentration, mit verstärkten Willkürmaßnahmen. Alles ist reduziert, Rechenschaft der Institutionen, der Behörden. Und dann wurden noch diese Kardinalsgesetze geschaffen, die noch einmal das demokratische System reduziert hat. Und es wurde heute schon hier genannt, die Sonderrechte und Sondergesetzgebung, die es ermöglicht, ohne das Parlament zu regieren. Und bitte, die sogenannte Jagdgesellschaft, die Venice Commission, ist eine der anerkanntesten Institutionen Europas und die hat in über 23 Stellungnahmen zu diesen Gesetzen, diesen Veränderungen der Gesetze, die vielfach ohne irgendeine öffentliche Konsultation herbeigeführt wurden. Und jetzt kommen wir zum Schluss, dieser gigantische öffentliche Treuhandfonds, in dem öffentliche und private Gelder eingeparkt werden. Das ist das Tor, das Scheunentor zur Korruption und deshalb hat ja auch die EU-Kommission vorerst jede Auszahlung gestoppt. Was uns hier besonders Sorge bereitet, ist, dass 470 Medienunternehmen in eine Medienstiftung eingebracht wurde. Also wenn man hier noch sagt von Medienfreiheit, die gibt es nicht mehr in Ungarn. Und dazu kommt noch, dass das Spionagesoftware Pegasus verwendet wurde, um Anwälte, NGOs und so weiter auszuhorchen. Dem Wunsch des liberalen Kollegen Cotier werde ich insofern Rechnung tragen, als heute von vielen getragen ein Amendment kommt, das Monitoringverfahren zu Ungarn zu eröffnen.
Thank you, Stefan. Now we go to the list of speakers, and we go to Madam Eratokritou.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, I would like to thank the two co-rapporteurs, Mr. Papandreou and Mr. Cross, for this excellent report, which points out with clarity the situation prevailing in Hungary today. Nobody can deny that Hungary is facing serious issues and the democratic values are backsliding. And nobody can ignore the European Parliament's adopted report just recently in September, underlining the deterioration of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law in the country. Of particular importance are the points raised regarding the independence of the judiciary and the situation of the media. Without a true independent judicial system, democracy cannot survive, and without independent free media, people are silenced. It is regrettable that measures taken to date are insufficient, and it is imperative that the Hungarian authorities implement the recommendations of the Venice Commission. But, dear colleagues, we should look beyond stating the facts. The Council of Europe is and should be beyond that. So the vital question is, what can we do about it? How can we assist the country overcome its problems, and how can we ensure that the Hungarian people fully enjoy the benefits and freedoms that come with this organization? The European Commission has recently tried to answer that question by linking the disposition of funds to the progress made on vital and essential reforms. The Council of Europe, and this Assembly in particular, should persist in constantly engaging with all stakeholders in Hungary, including civil society, to continuously monitor developments in the country, maintain an open dialogue with all parties with the object of agreeing on specific solutions in line with the Council of Europe standards. Taking stock of the current difficult situation in Europe, we have to be clear on one thing. The need to uphold international law in Ukraine should not provide us with an excuse to bypass or compromise with democratic deficiencies wherever they occur. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move straight on to Zsolt Nemeth.
John, dear colleagues, dear Rapporteur, dear Eric, I also hope that you don't traffic human organs in Estonia. Electoral autocracy and such terms, it seems political witch hunting continues. This report is ideologically biased, do not reflect reality, constructivity, fits into series of reports named people like after Tavares, Sargentini, or recently Delbos Corfield. This exercise goes against the interest of the European cooperation in a wartime, when we have a real and mounting problem surrounding us to fight the aggressor. I have serious reservations with the methodology as well. NGOs referring to each other in a circle, but the official Hungarian position remains largely not reflected. Decade-long accusations are repeated against the fact that solutions have been found with EU and Council of Europe actors. Gratitude to all of you, many sitting here, who go against this decade-long progressive witch hunting, especially in the ECR and EPP, but in other groups as well. Hungary remains committed to the founding values of the Council of Europe and the European Union, protecting our Christian heritage, national sovereignty and identity, including the protection of national and other minorities, family values, protecting our children against gender ideology, fighting illegal migration. The progressive left may like or not Hungary. Hungary is a democracy, 4 times having a 2/3 majority based on the respect for human rights and the rule of law. We fought the communists in 1956, later myself in 1989, 1990. We know who are the autocrats, who are the authoritarians, who are the illiberals. And we are ready to fight the new global woke movements in the 2020s as well. I am glad to see, dear colleagues, to see more and more successful allies everywhere in Europe, especially in Poland, but recently in Italy, Sweden, and I believe that more will come, but also in the Balkans and further away. Dear colleagues, do not lose your hope and faith in a conservative, Christian democratic renaissance in our continent, a Europe united and safe. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now, Mr. Naxa.
Dear colleagues, dear rapporteurs, we can see that this is a fabricated, left-motivated, pre-written verdict. This is a politically motivated attack against Hungary and the Hungarian people. You on the left side continuously blame the Hungarian people because of their choices, because how they vote, because they trust and choose the Fidesz and the Christian Democratic government for the 4th consecutive times with 2/3 majority on free and fair elections. Please stop blaming the Hungarian people. Hungarian people always stood up for peace and freedom. For example, in 1956, against the Soviet armies and the communist dictatorship. Who came to help us from the West, from your countries? I tell you, nobody but the Polish people helped us. You on the left, you paint a really bad and false picture about Hungary in the liberal media every day. In the last 6 months, we received almost 1.5 million refugees from Ukraine because of the terrible war started by Russia. But you still falsely accused us with different nonsense political accusations. You use rule of law charges as a political tool. You on the left attacked us because we filled our legal obligations and defended Europe from illegal mass migration. You on the left side attacked us because we accepted a new constitution replacing the old communist one. You on the left side attacked us because we said we would like to build a Christian democracy. You on the left side attacked us because we protected our kids and passed a law which does not let any sexual content in kindergartens and schools without the permission of the parents. This report should be based on facts, not just individual cases and fabricated lies and factually wrong sentences. This report should be unbiased. This report should not contain a leftist-motivated political attack against a member country. This report should be based on the many political, economical and legal improvements of the last decade. We tabled 46 amendments to the draft resolution in order to have a more unbiased report. During the monitoring committee, the left accepted only 6, but exclusively wordings and technical changes. Now we have 6 amendments here in front of the plenary, also containing the recent developments. In sum, the report does not meet the minimum requirement of a factual, objective, methodologically sound report that is based on reliable sources. The language of the report represents bias and does not meet the criteria of objectivity. The contents of the report stretch well beyond the scope of the Council of Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Naxa. Is Mr. Ecker here? No. In that case, Mr. Arato.
Thank you, Chair. It's a difficult task for me to speak a report to address the problems in our country. But on the other hand, it would be best if such a report were not required at all. But unfortunately, it is necessary, because the development of the recent years do not show any fundamental change in the matter of concerns. At the same time, we have to clearly see that the purpose of this process is not only or not to name and shame countries or either governments. Our joint work only makes sense if we bring change to Hungarian citizens. We are successful when we succeed in asserting their rights and protection. For this point of view, the effective method is this process to maintain dialogue, but also necessary to reveal the fact and compare them objectively with the core values of the Council of Europe without any prejudice or exaggeration. In that regard, I would like to thank rapporteurs for their balanced and careful work, and especially that they didn't remain on the surface on the phenomena, but also presented the deeper connections. For example, between the electoral laws, the downsizing, the checks and balances, the weakening, the rule of law guarantees, and branches human rights. What is happening in Hungary now cannot be judged only on the basis of certain details, but whole pictures must be seen. However, many processes clearly point in the wrong direction now. In this February, the government overrode the law in decree based on the state of emergency introduced due to the virus, essentially making it impossible for teachers to strike. As a result, in recent weeks, several teachers protesting the restrictions on the strike and demanding higher wages has been expelled from public schools, and many other hundreds have been threatened with an official letter that a similar fate awaits them if they continue the process. It seems very clearly the connection between the lack of real rule of law and the branch of the right of the individuals, the peoples of Hungary. All in all, I have to say the report unfortunately provides information.
I must ask you to wind up now, please.
Oh, sorry, thank you. On the real situation, and encourage the Honorable General Assembly to continue monitoring in the order and in the respect for the Hungarian people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Badea. Is he here? No? In that case, yes, thank you very much.
Grazie Presidente. Prima di tutto vorrei ringraziare i relatori, voglio congratularmi con loro per il rapporto ben strutturato riguardante i temi importanti per ogni società democratica, cioè il clima politico e la legiferazione elettorale, la giustizia, la libertà di media, le disposizioni costituzionali. C'è però un altro lato di cui siamo preoccupati in Romania, come Stato vicino e partner per diversi progetti con l'Ungheria, cioè la conservazione dell'identità culturale e linguistica, il diritto all'educazione della lingua madre per le minoranze dell'Ungheria. Sappiamo tutti che questo argomento ha rappresentato uno dei temi principali della presidenza ungherese del Comitato dei Ministri del Consiglio d'Europa. È una mia opinione, quando noi sosteniamo una causa, proviamo noi stessi di essere modelli di seguire e di offrire in tutto il modo più credibilità e fiducia. Però analizzando la situazione della comunità rumena dell'Ungheria, mi sono rammaricato nel sottolineare che le cose purtroppo non stanno così. Nel settimo rapporto di valutazione riguardante l'Ungheria del Comitato di Esperti della Carta Europea delle Lingue Regionali o Minoritarie ci sono delle raccomandazioni sulla promozione dell'insegnamento nelle seguenti lingue: croato, tedesco, romeno, serbo, slovacco e sloveno, oppure dell'insegnamento bilingue assieme alla lingua maggiara ai vari livelli di insegnamento. Riguardante la promozione dell'insegnamento nella lingua rumena oppure nelle lingue romena e maggiara, nell'ultimo rapporto di valutazione della messa in atto di queste raccomandazioni, gli esperti osservano la mancanza di misure e la mancanza di trasparenza riguardante il modo in cui gli etnici rumeni godono dei programmi di crescita del livello di preparazione dei professori per l'insegnamento nella lingua rumena e del finanziamento delle istituzioni responsabili. In più vi cito dal rapporto degli esperti, cioè il comitato degli esperti si è rammaricato che le autorità ungheresi si limitano nel ripetere le informazioni fattuali dai periodi precedenti e non rispondono alle attuali raccomandazioni del settimo rapporto e osservano altrettanto questi esperti la mancanza di un dialogo con i rappresentanti di ogni minoranza per mettere in pratica le ultime raccomandazioni. In queste condizioni non ci sorprende il fatto che il numero degli etnici rumeni dall'Ungheria ha registrato una forte diminuzione durante il tempo e facendo una parentesi, nel 1920 ci si trovavano 250.000 rumeni in Ungheria, adesso si trovano solo qualche migliaia. E questo, secondo la mia opinione, è un fatto molto grave. E in conclusione vi direi una cosa per quanto riguarda la modalità in cui le minoranze vengono trattate in Ungheria. Personificando, la musica è bella, ma la coreografia è di scarsa qualità. Grazie.
Thank you very much. Now, Frank Schwaber.
Herr Präsident, verehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen, ich weiß gar nicht, ob ich eigentlich entsetzt sein soll über die Rede der beiden ungarischen Kollegen und über das, was Sie hier gesagt haben und wie ernst Sie das nehmen, was wir hier diskutieren, oder ob ich mich eigentlich freuen soll, weil Sie sich sozusagen selbst die Maske vom Gesicht reißen, weil Sie deutlich machen, dass Sie das hier eigentlich relativ wenig interessiert. Und ich weiß nicht, wo bei Ihnen die Linken eigentlich anfangen oder ob es alles Kommunisten sind, die das jetzt hier kritisieren, was in Ungarn passiert. Insofern ist es wirklich erschreckend. Und am Abstimmungsverhalten werden wir nachher sehen, wie viele Vertreterinnen und Vertreter Europas am Ende die ungarische Position, die Sie hier jedenfalls vertreten, jedenfalls die Regierungsposition vertreten. Worum geht es eigentlich? Das ist eine Organisation, der Europarat, dem man freiwillig beitritt. Das hat Ungarn gemacht. Ungarn möchte ja auch scheinbar Mitglied sein und bleiben. Und deswegen gibt es bestimmte Werte und Regeln, an die man sich schlichtweg zu halten hat, wenn man hier Mitglied ist. Und wenn nicht, dann kann man hier auch nicht Mitglied sein. Und zu den Regeln, die wir hier uns aufgegeben haben, gehört das Überprüfen der Einhaltung der Werte und Regeln. Und deswegen bin ich den beiden Rapporteuren sehr, sehr dankbar, dass sie diesen Bericht, ich finde, sehr ausgewogen, im Übrigen auch im Ton sehr ausgewogen und durchaus auch im Diskurs entsprechend angefertigt haben. Das ist genau die Aufgabe, die wir hier haben. Und ich weiß nicht, also wie viele Linksextreme sozusagen dort entsprechend vertreten sein sollen bei den Rapporteuren. Ich glaube, da wird schon deutlich, wie absurd eigentlich diese Vorwürfe entsprechend sind. Wir brauchen diese Überprüfungsverfahren, weil eben die Lage in Ungarn so ist, wie sie ist. Man könnte jetzt stundenlang darüber reden, was alles nicht so läuft, wie wir uns das vorstellen. Das Thema Pluralismus von Medien, von Institutionen ist angesprochen worden. Es ist eine Karikatur von Medienpluralismus, die wir mittlerweile entsprechend in Ungarn vorführen. Entweder ist es staatlich oder von Freunden von Orban entsprechend aufgekauft. Die Rhetorik ist übrigens verstörend. Ich habe noch mal nachgeguckt. Die Vereinigten Staaten haben die Äußerung von Viktor Orban als unverzeihlich bezeichnet und die Worte des ungarischen Premiers über Rassenvermischung heftig kritisiert. Die Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika. Es ist also auch eine Rhetorik, die hochgefährlich ist und die sich am Ende im Übrigen gegen europäische Werte richtet. Das Europaparlament hat festgestellt, dass es sich in Ungarn nicht mehr um eine vollwertige Demokratie handelt. Wir können ja gar nicht anders, glaube ich, als am Ende dahinter zurückzustehen, sondern wir müssen auch im Einklang mit dem Europäischen Parlament, mit der Europäischen Union entsprechend agieren. Am 6. November 1990 ist Ungarn dem Europarat beigetreten. Man kommt dann in ein Monitoringverfahren, in ein Postmonitoringverfahren und danach soll es eigentlich so sein, dass man hier in normalen Prozedere sich wiederfindet. Wenn das aber nicht so ist, dann muss der Weg eben in die andere Richtung gehen. Und leider ist es so, seit mindestens 10 Jahren entwickelt sich Ungarn, was Rechtsstaatlichkeit, Demokratie und Menschenrechte angeht, entsprechend rückwärts. Deswegen denke ich, haben wir keine andere Wahl, als das Monitoringverfahren, wie wir es auch schon bei der Türkei und bei Polen gemacht haben, auch wieder zu eröffnen. Und ich finde, wir sollten diesen Änderungsantrag nachher auch annehmen.
Thank you very much, Frank. And now the next speaker will be the last speaker that I will be able to call in this debate. So, Madam Kovac.
Thank you, distinguished chair, dear colleagues. We should not think of democracy in a static way. Democracy has continually evolved since its emergence. Across Central and Eastern Europe, democratic institutions have evolved from the ruins of failed socialist systems. A multi-party system, free elections, secret ballot, and other aspects of representational government have been rapidly developed since 1989 in many countries in the region. The very question posed by this report is the question of democratization of democracy, which is known by different features and by a variety of institutions, as well as some practices without which it cannot be realized. Democracy starts with human rights, which is the dignity of every individual person. In simple words, a democratic system is one in which everyone is treated equally before the law, has equal rights and equal access to power. The very fundamental value of democracy is that it guarantees not only political freedom, but makes sure that all citizens are enjoying social and political participation. However, for securing democracy to function, its requirements have to be fulfilled. Ensuring majority rule and minority rights are on such demand. Minority political participation is where minority rights and social attitudes towards minorities meet. As a representative of the Hungarian political party in Serbia, I would like to stress that the task of the minority political party is to further the substantive representation of the ethnic minority, to secure supportive social and political environment in order to promote interests of minority group in a variety of social arenas, as well as to prioritize certain issues of importance at the political agenda. To further cooperation with the majority, secure maintenance and development of links with the kin state, regional aspirations, which affirm very good cooperation between the two countries in different fields, including infrastructure, agriculture, justice, and the European integration process. Our Assembly decided to closely follow the situation in Hungary in specific issues and to take stock of the evolution of the political situation in this country, the measures taken and the progress achieved. During this process, Hungarian officials were very constructive and open. Hungary is a committed member of the Council of Europe.
The report and the draft resolution in front of us have firmly stated that the Hungarian justice system has good rates in terms of efficiency and quality, as depicted by the Council of Europe European Commission for the Efficiency and Justice. This was also confirmed in its 2022 Rule of Law report, which reported that Hungary performs very well as regards the estimated time to resolve cases. All of those aspects suggest a sound and effective justice system. Along these lines, rule of law and democracy fully applies in Hungary. In legal terms, a lot has been done, and there is a firm commitment of Hungary to respect human rights in cooperation with the Council of Europe monitoring bodies, as well as the Venice Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I said a moment ago, I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I now call on Mr. Cross and Mr. Papandreou as the co-rapporteurs to reply. You have 5 minutes in total. Mr. Cross, are you going first? You have 5 minutes between you.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, I will be very short. I think we have covered most what we wanted to cover, and based on the conversation we had here, I do not assume that we will solve any problems of Hungary during this debate. I'm surprised by the response from the Hungarian delegation, from the coalition members, to our report during our conversations in the committees and with them in Budapest. The conversation was much more about the substance and legalities of the wording. We stand, of course, with our text. If there are any factual errors still in the text, we are happy to correct them. Other than that, it is our assessment. It is not an ideological assessment. It is as we see democratic processes strictly through the prism of rule of law and democracy parameters, and it has nothing to do with left or right politics. So I encourage everybody to vote for the report and for the resolution, and go along with the rapporteurs regarding voting for the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Papandreou. Just wait a moment for your microphone.
Okay. Well, I believe the report itself has the answers to many of the points that were put here, but I want to make just 2 or 3 points. First of all, this report, dear Chair, and I assume that most reports, or all reports that the Council of Europe makes, is to ensure the rights, the voices, the sense of justice, the protection of each and every one, and in this case, in each and every Hungarian citizen. This is not against Hungary. This is in favor of each and every Hungarian citizen. That is what we are tasked to do. And I would also believe that this is our duty here in the Council of Europe. But I would also say it is our patriotic duty, because I heard someone talking about patriotism. Yes, I think in each of our countries it is our patriotic duty to help fight for the values, the democratic values that allow us to serve our people best in the best of way. Secondly, I honor the struggles of the Hungarian people for freedom and against authoritarian regimes. I also have fought in my youth against a dictatorship. I saw my father, I saw my grandfather jailed. My grandfather died under house arrest during a dictatorship. And I was proud when the Council of Europe kicked Greece out of this organization. I was proud because that gave us a voice and a hope that we could restore democracy in our country. So I do not see this organization as an enemy. Finally, I want to point out that it is our belief in democracy and fighting for democracy, yes, is proven often when we are in opposition, when we are fighting to overthrow what we think is bad, what we think is unjust. But I think the real test of democracy is not when you're in opposition. It is when you take power, and when you have a lot of power, and how you use it. And that is what we are criticizing right now. We are saying that we are seeing, and there have been numerous examples in this report. I just take not the media only, where all this government funding is going to the government media, but also these public trust funds, transferring universities and hospitals to foundations outside of the public domain, to boards that are basically all Fidesz friends in one way or another, for life, with cardinal laws, that they cannot be changed, but with a two-thirds majority. Now, I'm just giving you one of the examples. I would think that this is in the Hungarian people's right to demand much more transparency, much more democratic procedures, and much more open society. Thank you very much. A word which I know you don't like.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sadov, the acting chairperson of the committee, do you wish to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On behalf of the Monitoring Committee, I thank the rapporteur for the important and challenging work in the limited time. The preparation of this periodic review report was done under challenging circumstances. The work has been initiated under difficult sanitary conditions first. Then Hungary successfully chaired the Committee of Ministers last year and was fully committed to this important task. And thirdly, later parliamentary elections were organized on 3 April 2022 after the vibrant election campaign. This has influenced the course of preparation of this report. Therefore, I thank both the rapporteur and the Hungarian delegation for the flexibility shown to ensure that the report could be presented today to our Assembly. This report is a result of an in-depth work in close cooperation with the Hungarian authority. Our committee organized hearings, the rapporteur traveled to Budapest last June, and we had very many discussions in the monitoring committee. The Assembly is invited to adopt the resolution, which will be important in our future cooperation with the Hungarian authorities to address together and with the technical assistance of the Council of Europe some deficiencies highlighted in the report. Again, I thank the rapporteur and the Hungarian delegation and invite you to support the draft resolution tabled by the Monitoring Committee. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The Monitoring Committee has presented a draft resolution to which 11 amendments and 2 oral amendments have been tabled. They will be taken in the order in which they appear in the compendium, and I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. I understand that the chairperson of the Monitoring Committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendment 9 to the draft resolution, which was unanimously approved by the committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so, Mr. Sadov? Thank you. Does anyone object? As there is no objection, I declare that Amendment 9 to the draft resolution has been agreed. Any amendment which has been rejected by the committee for report by a 2/3 majority of the votes cast shall not be put to the vote in plenary and shall be declared as definitely rejected unless 10 or more members of the Assembly object. I understand that the chairperson of the Monitoring Committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 1, 2, 4 and 6 to the draft resolution, which were rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, be declared as rejected. Is that so, Mr. Seydorf? Does anyone object? As there is no objection, I declare that amendments 1, 2, 4 and 6 to the draft resolution are rejected. I now call Stefan Schenak to support Amendment 8. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. A lot of members of this Assembly are worried about the situation of including gender-based violence. And we ask to put in the gender-based violence into this paragraph, and I think it was a big majority who voted in the monitoring committee in favor, so I hope we get those majority also in the plenary.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Please.
Thank you, Chair. In Hungary, we have one of the strictest penal code regarding to domestic violence and gender-based violence. And in the past decades, we decreased a really big number of the committed crimes in this field, so we don't support this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
Mr. President, committee in favor with a large majority.
I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. I declare the vote closed. I call for the result to be displayed. There we have it. The amendment has been approved. I call now Mr. Kolatian to support Amendment 10. You have 30 seconds.
President, colleagues, we have tabled an amendment asking the Hungarian authorities, after all these years, finally to assure a real protection of national minorities, including a real representation within the Parliament of Hungary. Why? Because inter alia, the so-called spokesperson of national minorities is a fake representation. He is not a member of the Parliament. He has no voting rights. And practically, this mechanism is excluding the national minorities in Hungary from the process of taking decisions on all the domains of Hungary, including national minorities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against this amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. My point is that absolutely there's a real representation of minorities in Hungary in the parliament. You might know, and also Mr. Cilevic, a very respected lawyer, knows that. They have a position in the parliament, even the small minorities, historical minorities, and there is also a possibility in the law that if a person belonging to a minority achieves 20,000 votes, can have a seat in the parliament. On the other hand, a normal seat in the parliament has to achieve 100,000 votes. So it's a positive discrimination for minorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
Mr. President, committee is in favor with large majority.
I now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. Yeah. The vote is now closed. I call for the result to be displayed. And there we have it. The amendment is agreed to. We now move on. Excuse me while I have to get my papers in order. So that's it. Now I call Christophe Lacroix to support Amendment 11. You have 30 seconds.
L'amendement qui est déposé vise à utiliser le mécanisme de l'état de droit pour sauvegarder les droits de l'homme et donc vise à recommander l'abrogation de dispositions qui sont dans les lois hongroises contraires à la liberté d'expression.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against this amendment?
On the right-hand side.
Ah, yes.
Thank you, Chair. We indeed passed a law which says that we do not let any sexual education in kindergartens and schools without the permission of the parents. So this law is about the parents' right. We defend the parents' right, and I ask you to do so. Thank you very much.
And what is the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
Mr. President, committee is in favor with small majority.
Thank you. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is now closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The amendment is agreed to. I understand that Mr. Naxa wishes to withdraw Amendment 5 to allow for a conciliation oral amendment. Does anyone else wish to move Amendment 5? No? So, the amendment is withdrawn. That moves us on to the oral amendment. I've been informed that the committee wishes to propose an oral amendment as follows. In paragraph 13.1, delete and Telos radios in 2022 so that the last sentence reads as follows. In addition, the Assembly is highly concerned by the decision taken by the Media Council not to renew the license of the independent radio stations Club Radio in 2020 due to failings, which has resulted in discriminatory measures and a shrinking space for alternative media. In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria of Rule 34.7a. Is there any opposition to the amendment being debated? That is not.
I'm not sure if it qualifies as a point of order, but also the stations should be actually station in singular. Because we're talking about one radio station now.
That's fine. That's fine. I think I'd asked were there any objections to this oral amendment being debated. That is not the case. I therefore call one of the rapporteurs to support the oral amendment.
We support.
Does anyone wish to speak against?
No one wishes to speak.
No one wishes to speak against. The committee is obviously in favour. I shall now put the oral amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is now closed. I ask for the result to be displayed. And that is massively agreed to. Thank you very much. I understand that Mr. Naxa wishes to withdraw Amendment 3 to allow for a conciliation oral amendment. Does anyone else wish to move Amendment 3? No? Does anyone wish to speak against? Sorry, that is simply withdrawn. Good. I've been informed that the committee wishes to propose an oral amendment as follows. In the draft resolution, after paragraph 14, insert, in addition, the Assembly is highly concerned by the decision taken by the Media Council not to renew the licence of the independent radio station. Sorry, I have been given the wrong text.
This one here.
The Assembly notes that the Hungarian Parliament adopted 17 legislative modifications in September 2022. These laws aim at improving the functioning of democratic institutions by strengthening the transparency of the legislative process, by demanding public dialogue and consultation, tightening the rules of conflict of interests in public trust funds, and setting up an independent anti-corruption authority. The Assembly invites the Hungarian authorities to request the expertise of the Council of Europe relevant bodies and take into account their recommendations so as to ensure the compliance of the adopted measures with Council of Europe standards. In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria of Rule 34.7a. Is there any opposition to the amendment being debated? That is not the case. Then I call one of the rapporteurs to support the oral amendments.
Yes, well, this has been a consensus with all of us, and it's stating the facts here and promoting the idea that we should work closely with Hungary in the application of these new laws.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the oral amendment? The committee is obviously in favour. I shall now put this oral amendment to the vote. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. I call for the result to be displayed, and that has been agreed by 118 to 1. I now call Stefan Schennert to support Amendment 7. You have 30 seconds.
In the light of the whole report, where we got a lot of problems in the Hungarian democracy, we invite now, and I think this is the most important amendment of this report, we invite now the Hungarian delegation and Hungary to be a part of the base monitoring procedure. And I think that is very helpful when we see what is happening in democracy, in media, in justice, so that Hungary will be in the future under the monitoring system.
Thank you very much. Does anyone wish to speak against this amendment? Mr. Nemeth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, this report is the first periodic report on the plenary in this new system. The proposal is trying to bring us back to a previous system, which was the so-called country monitoring. In our opinion, the periodic monitoring review process was successful. We had a dialogue, we had an exchange of views. Probably we could have had a better result, but I think we should stay with that, and for that reason, I don't think that the old form of monitoring procedure should be brought back. So we are against. Thank you very much.
What is the opinion of the committee on the amendment?
Mr. President, committee is in favor with large majority.
I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is now closed. I call for the result to be displayed, and Amendment 7 is agreed to. That brings us on to the draft resolution, document 15619, for which a simple majority is required. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15619 as amended. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 15619 as amended is adopted.
Merci mes chers collègues. L'ordre du jour appelle notre débat conjoint. Nous entendrons d'abord la présentation de Madame Stéphanie Crisper du rapport de la Commission des migrations, des réfugiés et des personnes déplacées intitulé « Pays tiers sûrs pour les demandeurs d'asile ». Ensuite, Monsieur Pierre-Alain Fridez présentera le rapport de la Commission des migrations, des réfugiés et des personnes déplacées relatif au renvoi en mer et sur terre, mesures illégales de gestion des migrations. Nous devrons en avoir terminé avec l'examen de ces textes, vote inclus, à 20h30. Nous devrons donc interrompre la liste des orateurs vers 19h40 afin de pouvoir entendre la réplique de la Commission et procéder au vote nécessaire. Les rapporteurs disposent chacun d'un temps de parole de 7 minutes pour la présentation de leur rapport et de 5 minutes pour répondre aux orateurs à la fin de la discussion générale. La parole est à Madame Crisper, rapporteure de la Commission des migrations, des réfugiés et des personnes déplacées sur le premier texte. Je vous en prie.
Thank you, dear President. Dear colleagues, as we sit here, more than 100 million people worldwide are displaced due to persecution, conflict, violence, or other human rights abuses. Most of these suffering individuals who flee stay close to their home country, and also there, most often in dire and dangerous situations. Only a small percentage of them have the resources, the strength, and the courage to continue their seek for security for them and their children. What are they experiencing on the way to Europe? They are crossing many countries that are, again, not safe for them, being denied access to a fair asylum procedure, being refused decent living conditions, or even being violently pushed back. And when I describe this suffering of thousands, I talk about the current experiences, the current reality, also in European states, Hungary, Greece, Italy, Croatia, and others. When refugees finally arrive in a country in Europe where they can claim asylum, what happens then? Increasingly, they are sent back by the authorities to a country that the respective state has declared as safe. It would be a moral discussion if we were talking about solidarity, fair cooperation among states vis-à-vis asylum seekers. Here in the Council of Europe, we discuss also if it reflects beautifully values at the same time on a clear legal basis, the European Convention on Human Rights. And what is, in light of the Convention, the legal issue behind this practice to send asylum seekers back to a third country declared as safe? That in every case in which this presumption of safety is wrong, hence a refugee is sent back from safety to insecurity, this person faces on European soil refoulement. A violation of jus cogens, a violation of the prohibition not to be tortured according to Article 3 of the European Convention on Human Rights. Such cases have become uncountable. Because in real life, as Hungary and Greece, more and more states ignore the obligations vis-à-vis asylum seekers and treat them often out of brutal, populistic reason of deterrence inhumane. But these states are still presumed safe by others. It needs complaints up to the very top, the European Court of Human Rights, which takes, as we know, years to have judgments, like MSS versus Belgium and Greece, or Ilias and Ahmed versus Hungary, to confirm that even European countries have asylum systems with systemic deficiencies. All these years, asylum seekers could not have challenged the wrong presumption of safety in their cases and were sent back into insecurity. These cases at the European Court of Human Rights should have been a wake-up call, but they were not. We still have, in the core of Europe, an almost systematic application of the safe third country concept, the Dublin system. And outside the EU, many member states of the Council of Europe have bilateral readmission agreements. Also here, history has shown that such agreements, like the agreement between Spain and Morocco, have created an environment that favors the occurrence of and acceptance of refoulement. And as its worst, safe third country deals are closed like the UK did with states as Rwanda. Evidently, the European Court of Human Rights has rapidly reacted this summer by stopping the expulsion of an asylum seeker to Rwanda. But what an idea. So how should member states proceed for such violations of non-refoulement not to happen? How can safe third country concepts be brought in line with obligations pursuant to Article 3 of the European Convention on Human Rights? Well, there are recommendations by the Committee of Ministers on the application of this concept, but they are from 1997. And since then, as I mentioned, the case law of the court has greatly evolved. Therefore, we need up-to-date standards to support member states in fulfilling their obligations. And here, the Committee of Ministers is urged to react. In addition, states should immediately re-evaluate both their presumptions of safety for every state after the other and their practice. To put it politically at the end, we have to decide, do we opt for pushbacks, chaos and human suffering, or do we choose human rights, order and control? And to our colleagues from the right and far right, when many people seek protection, it's undeniable a challenge, but we can shoulder this challenge while upholding human rights at the same time. And how Europe received millions of Ukrainian refugees who thankfully found protection illustrates that perfectly. I therefore invite you, dear colleagues, to support this resolution and recommendation. It is our legal, moral duty to stand up for the rights of asylum seekers and to uphold the human rights regime, guaranteeing that these vulnerable individuals are treated with dignity. I finally want to express my gratitude to national parliaments for delivering numerous replies to the questions I submitted and to the Secretariat of the Migration Committee for organizing the fact-finding mission I went on with my colleague Pierre-Alain Fridet, which both greatly contributed to the elaboration of this report. Thank you, dear members of the Assembly, also for yours.
Merci Madame la rapporteure. La parole est à Monsieur Fridet, rapporteur de la Commission des migrations, des réfugiés et des personnes déplacées sur le second texte.
Merci Monsieur le Vice-président. Si vous le permettez, je vais m'exprimer assis parce que j'ai donné mes feuilles pour les traducteurs puis ce n'est pas revenu. Monsieur le Vice-président, Mesdames, Messieurs, chers collègues, dans ces rapports successifs, notamment le dernier intitulé « Repousser au-delà des limites », il est urgent de mettre un terme au refoulement aux frontières de l'Europe. La commissaire aux droits de l'homme du Conseil de l'Europe, Mme Mijatovic, s'inquiète du problème récurrent des refoulements de migrants aux frontières de l'Europe, les fameux pushbacks, un phénomène assez généralisé dans nombre de pays d'Europe. Et selon elle, au moins la moitié des États membres du Conseil de l'Europe seraient concernés, c'est vrai, à des degrés divers. Ces pratiques contreviennent clairement aux droits supérieurs reconnus par l'ensemble de nos États membres du Conseil de l'Europe, par exemple la Convention de 1951 sur les réfugiés ou encore la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme. La Convention de 1951 sur les réfugiés impose aux États de garantir aux personnes le droit de demander l'asile et de procéder à une évaluation individuelle sérieuse sur leurs besoins en matière de protection individuelle. Et la CEDH décrète l'impossibilité de refouler une personne sans une procédure individualisée, afin d'établir si oui ou non le migrant répond aux critères de l'asile. Jusque-là, il doit bénéficier de secours et de protection. Par ailleurs, si une décision de renvoi est prise, il faudra s'assurer que le migrant sera renvoyé dans un pays tiers sûr et qu'il ne courra ainsi aucun risque pour sa santé, sa sécurité et son intégrité physique. C'est tout le sens du rapport présenté par ma collègue, Mme Crisper. Bien qu'essentiels, ces principes sont dans les faits régulièrement foulés aux pieds et cela souvent à très grande échelle. Il est question de plusieurs dizaines de milliers de cas par année en Europe. La majorité des migrants arrivent par les côtes du sud de l'Europe, en particulier par la Turquie ou la Méditerranée, avec les terribles drames en mer trop bien connus et qui se répètent année après année. Les pays d'arrivée, Grèce, Chypre, Italie, Malte ou encore l'Espagne, ont été littéralement submergés par le nombre important de migrants auxquels ils sont confrontés, avec tous les problèmes que l'on connaît dans certains pays. camps bondés avec des conditions de vie indécentes, refoulements à répétition, procédures traînantes, etc. Des accords ont été passés avec certains pays environnants pour retenir ou refouler les migrants. La Turquie avec l'Union européenne en 2016 et l'Italie avec la Libye, le choix du pire, un pays tout sauf sûr pour les migrants, un État failli où toutes les atteintes imaginables aux droits de l'homme sont perpétrées systématiquement en toute impunité. Dès 2015, mais encore aujourd'hui, des problèmes sont relevés sur la route des Balkans, notamment à la frontière entre la Bosnie et la Croatie. Un élément qui peut être clairement mis à la décharge de ces différents pays concerne le manque de solidarité d'autres pays européens à leur encontre, des pays qui, encore à l'heure actuelle, refusent de faire leur part du travail en solidarité avec les pays d'arrivée. Et le système de Dublin n'arrange rien. Les demandes et les efforts de relocalisation régulièrement espérés sont trop souvent restés lettres mortes. Pourtant, comment rester insensible à cette multitude de situations dramatiques, à ces personnes sans espoir, en particulier les personnes fragiles et vulnérables, telles les mineurs non accompagnés, les familles nombreuses, les personnes malades et handicapées. Refoulement en mer et sur terre, violence à l'égard des migrants, refus d'enregistrer des demandes d'asile, criminalisation des ONG qui cherchent à apporter aide et secours aux migrants et qui sont assimilés à de vulgaires passeurs, rétention de migrants sur des bateaux et refus d'accès au territoire européen, retard à apporter secours à des embarcations en détresse. La liste des entorses aux droits des migrations relevée par notre commissaire aux droits de l'homme est longue. Et on ne peut que regretter la montée de la xénophobie dans différents pays qui ont accueilli des migrants, l'exemple le plus frappant étant celui de l'Allemagne, après l'accueil en 2015 par Angela Merkel d'1 million de réfugiés syriens fuyant la guerre. À ce propos, on ne peut que se réjouir de l'accueil exemplaire des réfugiés ukrainiens par nos différents États suite à l'agression russe, tout en regrettant que, selon l'origine des victimes d'un conflit, la générosité européenne puisse être à géométrie variable. Récemment, on a commencé à utiliser les migrants comme moyen de pression contre un État voisin, dans le sens d'une guerre hybride. Pensons aux frontières entre le Bélarus et la Pologne et les États baltes, entre la Turquie et la Grèce, sur le fleuve Evros, à Ceuta, entre le Maroc et l'Espagne. Certains États se sont employés à modifier leur législation nationale pour permettre de justifier la pratique des pushbacks. Et dernière nouveauté, si l'on ose utiliser l'expression, la proposition par certains pays d'externaliser dans des pays africains la gestion de leurs migrants. Dans cette histoire de migration, deux droits, deux logiques différentes s'affrontent. D'une part, le droit des frontières. Et certains pays mettent au premier plan la responsabilité qui leur est conférée de protéger les frontières extérieures de l'Europe, de l'Union européenne, avec la construction de murs ou des refoulements plus ou moins systématiques, souvent avec l'appui, d'ailleurs, en tous les cas, l'attitude passive de Frontex. D'autre part, le droit des migrants, dont nous venons de parler, dans le respect du droit supérieur, en particulier le droit de la protection et le droit à avoir accès à une procédure d'asile juste et équitable et surtout individualisée. Deux logiques bien différentes, deux interprétations du droit. D'un côté, l'Europe forteresse, symbolisée par les murs que l'on dresse un peu partout. De l'autre côté, l'Europe solidaire, l'Europe des valeurs de l'humanisme et de la charité chrétienne. Et l'exemple donné par l'Europe au reste du monde est un enjeu dans notre histoire. Si la terre qui a vu naître les droits de l'homme se met à se renier, comment éviter que les droits fondamentaux ne se dégradent sur l'ensemble des continents? Et aujourd'hui, nous ne voyons peut-être que la pointe de l'iceberg. Les migrations d'aujourd'hui ne sont peut-être rien à côté des migrations de demain, provoquées par le développement de la misère, conséquence du réchauffement climatique avec la faim et de nouvelles guerres pour s'approprier les maigres ressources qui vont subsister. Les causes à l'origine des migrations sont multiples et toutes justifiées. Les personnes fuyant la guerre, celles fuyant leur pays pour assurer leur propre sécurité et les atteintes aux droits de l'homme. Les personnes en migration pour des motifs, disons, économiques, mais en fait on parle généralement de misère extrême, de la faim, de la perte de tout espoir d'une vie meilleure pour leurs enfants. Et enfin les migrations en lien avec le réchauffement climatique et des terres devenues inhospitalières. Quelle que soit sa véritable motivation, chaque personne migrante qui demande secours et assistance a le droit à une procédure permettant d'établir son droit ou pas à l'asile. C'est essentiel. Personne ne peut s'arroger le droit de décider qu'un tel serait un faux réfugié et le repousser sans évaluation de sa situation et des risques qu'il encourt. Les migrations irrégulières existent parce que les barrières s'opposent au libre passage des migrants ou réfugiés, mais ce ne sont pas pour autant des migrations illégales. Les migrations illégales n'existent pas. Toute personne, quelle que soit la manière dont elle a pénétré dans un territoire, doit bénéficier du droit de demander secours et assistance et d'obtenir la possibilité de déposer une demande d'asile. Cet élément n'est pas négociable. L'urgence aujourd'hui, et je termine, et je ne fais ici que répéter les propos de la commissaire aux droits de l'homme de notre Conseil, c'est de mettre en application sans interprétation nationale les valeurs fondamentales représentées par la CEDH. C'est de prévenir le refus d'accès à l'asile et le renvoi de migrants et de réfugiés sans procédure et garantie individuelle. Et enfin, c'est de mettre fin à ce qui est devenu une normalisation, une banalisation des pratiques de refoulement. Merci pour votre attention.
Merci, monsieur le rapporteur. Dans la discussion générale, la parole est à monsieur Richard Keane du groupe conservateur européen et Alliance des démocrates.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In addressing this matter, I'll make particular reference to the second report on pushback. Members, following the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648, international law came to recognize the territorial integrity of state borders and the absolute right of a nation-state to protect those borders. Of course, in more recent times, the international community recognized the need to mitigate the implications of that fundamental right. And there developed what became the UN Convention on Refugees in 1951, as amended by the 1967 Protocol. And at the outset, the Convention sets out a very precise definition of a refugee: a person who has a well-founded fear of persecution in their own country. A person is no longer a refugee, as defined by the Convention, once the basis for that status has ceased. The present report notes the definition in the 1951 Convention, but it then relies upon the more generalized matter of migration and migrants, merging the genuine refugee with the economic migrant. Where a person has reached a country where they are safe from persecution, but decides to move on for economic or other reasons, then they cease to meet the definition in Article 1 of the Convention. This is the point that the present report very largely ignores. The present report then goes on to use the term refoulement, a term with a strict technical meaning under the terms of the 1951 Convention, but which is employed in the present report in a very loose, and dare I say it, inaccurate way. Refoulement is where a person is returned to their own country when they still have a well-founded fear of being persecuted there. The prohibition on refoulement in the 1951 Convention does not apply more generally to the removal of a person from a country they have entered illegally, and certainly does not apply to the means used to prevent such illegal entry in the first place. I would note that the Dublin agreements provide that migrants should be registered in the first EU country they enter, and they may be returned there. That is not refoulement. The present report also refers to certain prohibitions in Protocol 4 of our Convention with respect to expulsion, but again, I venture that these are taken out of context. In summary, we are faced with a report which proceeds upon a number of questionable assumptions regarding the present situation in international law. And as a consequence, I fear that any resolution passed on the basis of this report might justifiably be ignored by member states. And it's in these circumstances that we cannot support the proposed resolution and recommendation. Thank you.
Dans la discussion générale, la parole est à Madame Ingvild Werthus Torsvik du groupe des démocrates et des libéraux.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to start by thanking the rapporteurs for an excellent report on very important subjects. Every person has the right to seek safety and to have access to human rights, whoever they are, wherever they come from, and whenever they are forced to flee. Governments automatically refusing entry or returning people without making an individual assessment of those in need of protection are in breach of the Refugee Convention. In regards to the safe third country principle, the practices in countries differ vastly, as shown in the report. There is a diversity of the countries considered as safe third countries, as well as the procedures described by the states. Big variations could pose a high risk of violations on the human rights of asylum seekers, and it can undermine the right to apply for asylum. In regards to pushbacks, as the report states, pushback by member countries have become widespread and most worryingly part of tolerated policy. The UNHCR informs that pushbacks are carried out in a violent and systematic manner. There are examples of boats with refugees being towed back. People are rounded up after they have come ashore and forced back to sea. Many have reported the use of violence by state security forces. We have seen a number of cases before the courts in regards to both the safety assessment of third countries and whether or not their individual and fair examination of the application in regards to both pushback and safe third countries. In order to effectively protect human rights of asylum seekers and the right to asylum in Europe, the Assembly needs to work towards common solution as well as greater coordination amongst member states. There is also a need for member states and observers and partners to respect international obligations and to enhance interstate solidarity, because there is a disproportionately big responsibility put on some states, and member states must demonstrate solidarity by supporting them. To ensure improving of the member states' practices and to strengthen the rights of asylum seekers and refugees, monitoring of safe third country decisions is also essential. There is therefore a need to establish objective and independent monitoring mechanisms to monitor national law and practice as regards to the safe third country concept, as well as border monitoring mechanisms, both at national and European level. I do hope that everyone will support these reports and apply the changes that needs to be done to protect the human rights of asylum seekers. Thank you.
La parole est à Monsieur Georges Loukaides du groupe GUE.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, I want to thank Madame Crisper for her report. The fundamental aim of this report, with which we fully agree, is that asylum seekers who have been denied asylum in reception countries should not, in any circumstance, be deported to unsafe third countries. I want to also thank and congratulate Mr. Fidesz for an excellent and thorough report, which underlines first and foremost that pushbacks have taken worrying proportions. We feel obliged to emphasize that our rapporteur is absolutely correct in underlining that these illegal activities are not rare instances of wrongdoing, and we would like to refer to the calls of the UN Secretary General for full adherence to international legal norms in the handling of asylum seekers and refugees wherever they are. The idea of a fortress Europe, dear colleagues, and its attainment at any cost cannot be justified under any circumstances. One should rather consider how to alleviate the root causes of increased refugee flows and provide people in need with safe routes and procedures. In order to achieve this, we need to reconsider our national policies and those of the organizations we are members of on issues ranging from sustainable development to the protection of the environment, as well as our commitment and investment to peace instead of warmongering. At the same time, we owe it to ourselves, as members of the same European community, to expand cooperation and take it a step further towards effective solidarity and true responsibility sharing. As many international organizations have already underlined, violent and illegal deportations constitute grave violations of human rights. The European Court of Human Rights has issued numerous respective rulings, passing on a clear message. A state's failure to manage incoming flows and address pushbacks at its borders is unacceptable. Well-functioning democracies should respect international law and take all necessary steps to not allow the deadly at times victimization of people. Even when other states, like Turkey vis-à-vis the Republic of Cyprus or Greece, instrumentalize migrants and refugees in order to exert political pressure, the reaction must be exactly the same. We should not victimize anew those trying to escape the misery of armed conflicts, poverty, famine, socio-economic inequalities or persecution. Likewise, the protection of external borders cannot be used as a pretext for illegal pushbacks, and increased political tensions between neighboring states cannot justify trapping migrants and asylum seekers in deserted areas in between state borders. As the report rightfully also notes, we as parliamentarians must exercise oversight over governmental action and strengthen transparency and accountability. The right to seek asylum must be fully respected. Procedures must comply with recognized standards at all stages, whereas the illegality of pushbacks must be officially and explicitly reiterated. In concluding, I would like to express our strong support to the report's call for serious changes to the legislative framework in challenging illegal practices, adapting and implementing concrete measures, monitoring accountability, prosecution in our member states. Thank you.
La parole est à Madame Adamara du groupe socialiste, démocrate et vert.
Voilà, pardon, merci Monsieur le Président. Merci Madame. Le thème de la migration et celui de l'asile en particulier est un thème récurrent dans nos États et dans ce Conseil. Dans les États, bien trop souvent, comme un argument populiste et d'exutoire pour bon nombre de forces politiques. Dans ce Conseil, pour au contraire essayer de donner une voix à celles et ceux qui n'en ont pas et qui sont bien trop souvent utilisés comme des pions dans des stratégies géopolitiques et des calendriers politiques. C'est pourquoi notre groupe salue les 2 résolutions présentées ainsi que le projet de recommandation comme un rappel que les personnes qui fuient leur pays ont des droits. Nous avons quant à nous une vision claire. Nous pensons d'un point de vue général que, contrairement au wording mainstream, il n'y a pas de crise migratoire en Europe. Les chiffres le confirment. Mais, hormis ce qui se passe pour les Ukrainiennes et les Ukrainiens, et c'est tant mieux, il y aurait plutôt une crise de l'accueil et de l'application des conventions et des textes fondant le droit d'asile. Il y a crise de l'accueil quand il y a volonté de soustraire l'accueil et le traitement des demandes comme cela a été fait entre l'Italie et la Libye, comme cela est fait entre l'Union européenne et la Turquie, comme veut le faire l'Angleterre avec le Rwanda. Il y a crise de l'application des principes du droit d'asile quand on ne garantit pas l'accès à une demande d'asile à toute personne la demandant et de n'importe quelle provenance. Il y a crise quand on l'empêche de traverser un territoire pour déposer une demande ou en la refoulant quand elle y arrive. Il y a crise quand elle est renvoyée dans un pays tiers qui n'est pas sûr. On pense évidemment à la Libye, mais aussi à d'autres pays sur notre continent déjà évoqués au vu du traitement infligé aux demandeurs d'asile. Les différentes instances internationales l'ont bien compris dans leurs différentes prises de position ou jugements où ils attestent de pratiques illégales. Les textes dont nous discutons ce soir sont comme un rappel à l'ordre à nos États qui se sont, comme, pour paraphraser le rapporteur Fridé et Madame Crisper, accoutumés au non-respect du droit international fondamental. La demande de légiférer, au contraire, au niveau national pour empêcher les non-refoulements nous semble être une bonne piste pour que nos États prennent leurs responsabilités d'accueil et de bon traitement des procédures. Il est temps que nos responsables politiques cessent de nier l'existence inhumaine des pushbacks et des traitements inhumains infligés à ces hommes, femmes et enfants. Il est temps de déjà appliquer les normes existantes. Il est temps de cesser les discours négatifs sur l'asile, alors que, comme l'a dit une responsable politique européenne, wir schaffen das. Donc merci à nos 2 rapporteurs de nous le rappeler et nous vous invitons à soutenir ces résolutions et ce rapport.
La parole est à Monsieur Aleksandar Nikolowski du groupe PPE. La parole est donc à Monsieur Protasiewicz Jacek.
Thank you, Mr. President, and that's right. I will be replacing Mr. Nikolowski on behalf of the European People's Party group. On the discussion on the both reports, pushbacks on land and sea, illegal measures of migration management, and the second one, safe third countries for asylum seekers. And let me start with words of gratitude to both rapporteurs. Their work is excellent, the results is absolutely competent, biased, and they are both right that pushbacks and not offering support to migrants or asylum seekers in a country which is recognized as safe is against both the Article 3 of the European Convention on Human Rights and Article 4 of its protocol number 4, which prohibits state parties from returning migrants and asylum seekers to another country without individual assessment as to whether this is safe. And that kind of practice is also against the 1951 Convention relating to the status of a refugee that provides the right to them to apply for asylum in the first safe country where they arrive. However, we should remember that the reality of our times is slightly different from times when the both conventions were prepared, negotiated, and adopted. In recent months only, last winter, we were observing on the eastern border of Poland, the country I am from, that the asylum seekers, the people in poor conditions, living in unsafe areas, such as Iraq or Syria, were misused, were abused, is better to say, for political reasons by authority of a country, in this case Belarus, which is of course not a member of our respective organization, however, is located on our eastern border. That's why we should remember that, and now I am saying as a Pole, not as a representative of EPP, that Poland as a country and Polish people as human beings are not emotionless while thinking about those who are seeking for a safe place to live. But sometimes we should remember that those people might be abused for political reasons, for those who are against human rights and against people's freedom and against our meaning of democracy. Thank you.
Merci. Maintenant, nous prenons la suite de la liste de nos orateurs et c'est Madame Sayek Böke de Turquie.
Merci beaucoup. Our organization's 73 years of shared values of democracy, rule of law, and human rights is facing significant challenges. And one of the most tragic of these challenges is the displacement of millions of people and the pushback and pullback phenomenon we are experiencing. And the hard truth is that those in power have collectively failed the millions who are forced into mass human displacement. Clearly, what we need is already stated in the report: the safety of return to be individually assessed for everybody. However, I'd like to also underline that we do not just need individual assessment, we need a strong collective action. a collective action which will ensure a collective safety at home for everybody who cares to live in their homelands. So that should be the core goal of whatever step we take. We should start by ending delegation of responsibility, almost always accompanied by political bargaining, financial negotiations, negotiations over human lives. We should end the inhumane and violent pushback practices. We should end discrimination between refugees based on where they come from. They are all human beings. What we need is international solidarity. What we need is cooperation that will produce a collective solution based on the values of this organization, human rights, democracy, and rule of law, rather than political negotiation and bargaining over human lives. And what we need, therefore, is a strong parliamentary scrutiny over any non-transparent bargaining that might be going on wherever in the world. In the short term, based on international law and human rights, it must be every nation's shared humanitarian responsibility, not only certain countries, but every nation's, to protect all who are desperately seeking asylum in other countries for their right to live. And in the medium and long term, to stop the flow of migration and for the refugees to be able to return to their homes safely, it's imperative that we end conflicts, we end instabilities, we end socioeconomic destruction, and we protect the victim's right to life. This is actually in accordance with the very standards of international law already specified in the UN Geneva Convention. And if we end the factors that are pushing people out of their homelands, then we won't have to discuss how to end pushbacks. So I think we should not forget about the structural problem at the core of this issue. People are being pushed out because of conflict, because their lives are being destroyed and they are seeking shelter. If they can find the shelter in their homes, and if we support this, and we use the funds not to create refugee zones with specific buffer areas, but we create safe homelands for people with the funds that we use already to build infrastructure, to build public services in their home countries, then we can resolve this issue. A historic responsibility falls upon all of us, so it's time we congratulate each other not for building walls of a fortress, but for building a better world for all people. I congratulate our rapporteurs, and I hope this is the first step in the right direction.
Merci. La parole est à Mariana Balic pour la Croatie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to thank both rapporteurs for their effort and advices they provide for us, especially for the countries involved. Resolutions and, more importantly, exchange of views that we had during your visit to my country, Croatia, have been very useful for us. Therefore, once more, I would like to express my appreciation for that opportunity. I'm stressing this especially in line with our accession to the Schengen area, which is expected to be at the beginning of the next year. Your visit in February prompted the Croatian Parliament to request from the government to address the issues you raised. In this sense, I'm also glad that the European Parliament rapporteur on the application of the Schengen acquis in the Republic of Croatia, which recently visited Croatia, came up with a positive assessment of the situation on the ground. As we are also discussing of the review of the Schengen and the asylum system in the European Union, your reports remain a very important documents for the addressing a wider range of issues in many member states of the European Union. The point is that this is the European problem and that it requires a European solution. As an EU member state managing the longest EU external land border, Croatia faces on a daily basis high pressure on migrant flows. In addition to take care of the security of the EU's external borders, I would like to reassure you that Croatia puts the protection of human rights and human life first. as Croatia provides by undertaking measures and activities which we are and will strive for. These issues raised in both reports, and in particular the recommendation proposed by Ms. Crisper, provide us a useful tool for looking at a common European solution, and also show the synergy between the Council of Europe and the European Union. I firmly believe that the good management of our borders, security of our citizens, and full respect of international law and protection of refugees are not in contradiction with each other, but can and should be jointly achieved. Thank you.
Merci. La parole est à Monsieur Barnapal Sigmund pour la Hongrie.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. Today, the pressure of migration is once again increasing, especially on the central Mediterranean and Western Balkan routes. There's a modern-day population movement in progress around the world. The waves of this have reached again Europe. The question now is what the response of Europe will be. The uncontrolled influx of migrants is a matter of serious concern for all of us, as its consequences threaten the stability of the region. Dear colleagues, migration has become a very serious problem these days, but I consider very important that refugees should not be confused with illegal migrants. First, let me stress, coming to my country, that illegal migrants violently storming our southern borders have no right to enter Hungary in our understanding after crossing through several safe countries. One of the most important tools to take back the power from smugglers and criminals for justice, law, order, security, and human rights is to control our borders strictly and respect international legal regulations. Hungary's priority is to protect its external borders and to strengthen its action against abuses of the asylum system. Illegal migration must be stopped already outside the European Union. We need to address the root causes to bring help to the source of the crisis, and one of the most effective tools in international development policy. At the same time, Hungary will continue to provide protection to third country nationals in genuine need, in accordance with its international, European and internal legal obligations. Hungarian law enforcement, local councils, government offices, charity groups and volunteers have done an excellent job in helping refugees, even though the country was often subjected to unfunded attacks from left-wing political forces. Hungary and Hungarians stand and will always stand with the innocent victims of the war in Ukraine. The Hungarian government is doing its utmost to help Ukrainian families affected by the war. They can always count on our country, whether they are refugees displaced from their homes or living in the war zone. The number of people arriving to Hungary from Ukraine has now exceeded 1.5 million. The Hungarian government have provided various forms of assistance to these people at the borders and central assistance points. Dear colleagues, we are living in a time where common sense should prevail regarding the horrific and unpredictable war between Russia and Ukraine. We will continue what we have stated and we have started at the beginning of this conflict. We will continue to offer aid, help to refugees from Ukraine, and support the sovereignty of Ukraine. However, at the same time, we will always protect our country from illegal migrants. And I would also like to call all the countries of Europe to stand together for the protection of our borders, for the security of the people of Europe. The report favors, in my understanding, illegal migration. Therefore, I do not support the report. Thank you.
Merci. La parole est à Madame Yulia Okinokova pour l'Ukraine.
Dear Mr. President, dear colleagues, dear rapporteurs, the resolution calls the member states of the Council of Europe to take measures to prevent pushbacks, to protect the victims of pushbacks, to prosecute those responsible for pushbacks, and to improve international cooperation and coordination between border authorities, police, and other bodies in charge of border protection. The list of measures on prevention, prosecution, protection, cooperation, and coordination being implemented in the national legislation and practice are meant to serve the human rights and humanitarian system better. So the non-refoulement principle, the cornerstone of refugees' protection guaranteed by Geneva Convention, prevents refugees from being expelled to return to the frontiers of territory where their lives of freedom would be threatened in consideration of their race, religion, nationality, membership of particular social group or political opinion. So Unfortunately, hybrid attacks using refugees and asylum seekers from the other countries by the Belarusian authorities resulted in increased pressures relating to migration and asylum at the external borders of the European Union. Belarus borders with Latvia, Lithuania and Poland, and it was orchestrated by the Belarusian authorities as a response to European Union sanctions against Belarus, which were imposed for the Harris violation of human rights. And we agree that people that are being played as a political card by such Russian terrorist regime should not pay the price of their lives and security. And the countries have an obligation to help and process this asylum application. But I believe that more effective mechanism to strengthen border management and more collaborative approach in preventing such juggling with human lives. Today, the millions Ukrainians are displaced persons, refugees and seeking temporary asylum and shelters in the member states of the Council of Europe. While destroying civilian infrastructure and blocking the evacuation of civilians from the occupied territories to the government-controlled parts of Ukraine, Russia practiced illegal detainment of Ukrainian citizens and forced deportation to the territory of Russia, Belarus and occupied region of Ukraine. The European Parliament in its resolution of 20 September strongly condemned this practice of Russia and urging this fully adhered to the obligation under international law. We have to stop Russian aggression against Ukraine, stop the act of genocide and environmental violation. And one of the more important issues to raise, we are witness the thousands of Russian men fleeing the country by land, by plane and by sea, to avoid mobilization. So could they consider it real refugees or asylum seekers, and how two countries could accommodate them? Member states should be very careful not to let this situation become a new manipulation, destabilization and social disruption, but at the same time follow international humanitarian law. And I want to emphasize that member states must implement their legal obligation in good faith, especially in tackling pushbacks, requires all member states to act together. So thank you for attention, dear colleagues.
Merci. La parole est à Monsieur Edin Kamil pour la Turquie.
Dear President and dear colleagues, I would like to thank the rapporteurs for their exclusive works on two important matters for our continent. I would like to raise a couple of points on the report on pushbacks. Dear colleagues, in recent years, unfortunately, we have been witnessing a great deal of global as well as regional problems which jeopardize and threaten human lives all around the world. Apart from the bloody consequences of war and other atrocities, we can also see a dramatic increase in tragic death tolls of refugees who only attempt to find a way out to have secure and more prosperous lives, which is granted as the first and foremost right of being human. As far as the refugee issue is concerned, while some countries such as Turkey are sharing such a meaningful burden of refugees, regardless of their belief, identity, or the color, some others, like Greece, show a great resistance and reluctance to such global issue of refugees as they are pushing them back into the depth of Aegean Sea, resulting in miseries and losses. It's quite disappointing that this report does not explicitly mention about the Greece's pushbacks on the Aegean Sea and the land border between Turkey and Greece. Credible international organizations and NGOs working on the field reported perpetration of pushbacks by Greek security forces on many occasions. Indeed, video footages and statements by witnesses and victims often manifest the flagrant cases of pushbacks. Despite the abundance of reports and evidence on Greek pushbacks, their official authorities suggest that they are merely combating smugglers and human traffickers, emphasizing that they are protecting the borders of Europe. Such an approach does not help put an end to this inhumane practice to hold those responsible accountable. Finally, I would like to emphasize the fact that pushback is a pan-European problem and requires a coordinated and concerted effort for putting an end to this problem. Hence, all countries, including all of us, must act in accordance with its human rights obligations. And thank you.
Merci. La parole est à Monsieur Hajdukovic, Domagoj, de la Croatie. La parole est donc à... pardon.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Dear Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, let me start by thanking rapporteurs on their excellent work, and I hope that your visit to Croatia was an informative one, that you gathered all the information that you needed, and indeed your input is very valuable for us. But discussing these reports, I want to discuss something else, and that is how to protect the migrants, but also protect our countries. How should we do it? How to control the migratory flow? Some of the colleagues mentioned here that the best approach is to treat the problem at its core, so investing into the countries of origin of migrants. But I would put it a bit differently, because this approach will take a lot of time and a lot of funds. We need to discourage perilous migration, dear colleagues. And by perilous migration, I mean perilous sea crossings, like crossings in the Mediterranean, walking long distances, for example, from Bangladesh to Greece, where migrants are prey for smugglers, traffickers, other criminals. Unaccompanied minors are often exposed to violence and abuse. And what are the solutions that we can apply relatively quickly and efficiently? Maybe extraterritorial processing of asylums is one of those approaches, as underlined in the report that I had the honor to present to this House. Creation of safe zones also may be one of the approaches, but also acceptance of the help of NGOs. This is vital, dear colleagues, and I'm not talking about NGOs that are criminal organizations pretending to be NGOs and actually trafficking in people, but NGOs that are actually assisting migrants, helping those that need help. These NGOs should be supported and allowed to freely exercise their activities, because they are more flexible, more speedy, and more adaptable to the situation than maybe some official systems are. And of course, case-to-case approach is vital in this respect. But there are also other problems that we face, dear colleagues. I will give you an example from my country, Croatia. Migrants that come to the border, apply for the asylum, are then taken to the reception centers. But in over 75% of cases, after a few days, they just disappear. They continue on their way to their final destination. In conclusion, much more solidarity is needed on the European level, and indeed the reform of our asylum system should be looked into. No one who needs help should be denied help and protection by our countries. Thank you.
Merci. Merci. La parole est à Monsieur Nitras Slavomir de Pologne. La parole est à Monsieur Sanchez Garcia José María d'Espagne.
Ça marche. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais parler en español, qui est ma langue. Bien, yo estoy un poco sorprendido de todo lo que escucho en estos debates, porque me he incorporado hace poco a esta Asamblea Parlamentaria y veo que hay temas recurrentes. Uno de ellos es este, desde luego. Para satisfacción de todos los diputados que han hablado en nombre de la izquierda y centroizquierda europeo, debo decir que en España se ha aprobado una ley, que es la Ley 15 de 12 de julio de 2022, cuyo artículo 2.1 dice que se prohíbe la discriminación por razón de residencia no legal. Es decir, en España, por ley, no va a haber diferencias de tratamiento legal entre personas con residencia legal o ilegal. Es decir, se vacía de contenido el concepto de residencia. No sé si es lo que estos señores pretenden para toda Europa y no sé tampoco si ahora todos van a correr hacia España para entrar ilegalmente y acogerse a estas leyes. Veremos, porque sería un grave problema si además de la población que pueda acudir de este modo vemos una afluencia de tipo de activismo político. Bien, yo creo que no hace falta recordar, pero lo diré una vez más,
que este disparate de las leyes españolas, propiciado por un gobierno de coalición socialista y comunista, no tiene ningún apoyo en ningún texto internacional en materia de asilo y, desde luego, tampoco en ningún texto normativo de la Unión Europea. El Sistema Europeo Común de Asilo prevé el Estatuto de Refugiado por las causas que todos sabemos y, además, establece, para el caso de que no haya ninguna causa concurrente, un sistema de protección subsidiaria, pero también tasado, como también sabemos. No lo voy a repetir aquí. No hay ningún concepto de inmigración económica en ningún texto internacional. Se ha dicho hace unos minutos por algún orador que todos los seres humanos tienen derecho a emigrar. Claro que tienen derecho a emigrar. Esto es como la faceta internacional de lo que es en los ordenamientos jurídicos internos el derecho de libertad de circulación de la persona. Pero tienen derecho a emigrar legalmente, no ilegalmente. Porque si no caemos en el ámbito internacional en esta contradicción o este despropósito de la ley española que elimina el concepto de residencia al considerar que es igual la residencia legal que la ilegal. Por consiguiente, tenemos que atenernos a lo que el derecho internacional establece sobre este particular. No me parece que haya originalidades posibles sobre esta cuestión, porque siguen existiendo estados soberanos, siguen existiendo fronteras, y no es una cuestión de crueldad, y no vale aquí apelar, como se ha hecho por algún orador, a la concepción cristiana de la vida. No, nosotros participamos de esa concepción cristiana, pero esa no nos exige en modo alguno esa apertura de fronteras, esa negación de la entidad cultural llamada Estado, y no se trata más de que simplemente hay estados que por su situación no pueden permitirse esa afluencia libre de personas sin cumplimiento de las leyes que se aplican a la cuestión. Nada más.
La parole est à Monsieur Mustafa Fazil d'Azerbaïdjan.
Dear colleagues, I want to bring your attention to the fact that unanimously adopted draft resolution based on the report prepared by Pierre-Alain Fridis underscores that Article 3 of the European Convention on Human Rights and Article 4 of its protocol prohibit state parties from returning migrants and asylum seekers to another country without an individual assessment as to whether this is safe. Member States are called upon to take a series of measures to prevent pushbacks, to protect the victims of pushbacks, to prosecute those responsible for pushbacks, and to improve to international cooperation and coordination between border authorities, policies, and other bodies in charge of border protection. It is necessary to take attention on that fact that dozens of migrants around the world risk their lives to cross international bodies of safety. Also, states have the right to decide whether they grant non-European Union nations access to their territory. They must do this in accordance with the law and uphold individuals' fundamental rights. We understand that the European Union objectives in the field of external border protection are to safeguard freedom of movement within the Schengen area, an area without internal borders, and to ensure efficient mentoring of people who cross both external Schengen borders and the European Union's external borders with countries that are not part of Schengen area. Border surveillance operations carried out at the European Union's external border must respect international and European human rights and humanitarian law as well as the sea. But despite of it, pushbacks have taken on worrying proportions, taking place routinely on land, but also in the more deadly environment of the sea. We must come to the mutual solution of this problem. European Union member states must adhere to the rules established earlier for the protection of human rights. Thanks.
Merci. La parole est à Monsieur Ozavli Halil de Turquie.
Thank you, dear Vice President, dear colleagues. I would like to congratulate both reporters for their timely and comprehensive report. Although detailed information is given in the report about the legal framework on the prohibition of the pushbacks and what needs to be done legally to prevent it, unfortunately, there is no information about why people leave their homeland at the risk of their lives and become refugees, and why they seek asylum. I think understanding why people become refugees is important as understanding why they were pushed back. Back to the report, although Turkey is the country which most affected by the pushbacks, it is extremely unfortunate that the report mentions Turkey as a country that uses refugees as political pressure. On the contrary, Turkey is the country that provides shelter for the largest number of refugees in the world today, and this situation has been going on for 11 years. Please, can you tell me how many countries of yours can provide shelter for 4 million, 5 million refugees for 11, 12 years? Besides, unfortunately, there is no information about the refugees that pushed back by Greek security forces in the agency and on the land border. I think there is no need to say that today Greece is the country which pushed back most refugees in the world. According to the Turkish Ombudsman Institution, between the years 2020 and 2022, just in the last 3 years, 41,000 refugees were pushed back in agency and on the land border. And 400 of these people, innocent people, lost their lives. Some of them froze to death, and some of them drowned in the water. Videos of refugees who were pushed back, beaten, or even killed by exploding their inflatable boats by the Greek security forces goes viral in social media and can be seen almost every week on TV screens. In the light of this information, not mentioning the Greece role in the pushback incidents is the most missing part of this report. Dear colleagues, right to asylum is recognized in the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948 and supported by the 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees and the 1967 Protocol relating to the status of refugees. According to these international conventions, pushback is a form of denial of right to asylum. If we aim to stop pushbacks, we need international collaboration and instruments, and as a parliamentarians, we also need to address these challenges in our countries. Thank you for your attention.
Merci. La parole est à Madame Debord Margaret pour les Pays-Bas.
I thank both rapporteurs for their important work. I have a few remarks and questions. On safe third countries, we should not only focus on the definition of safety, as the report does, but also on the question what can be regarded as a country of origin or third country. Can we really force an asylum seeker to return to a safe third country in which they have, in fact, never lived before, as it is standard practice in many member states? Can you speak of a country of origin to which someone should return on the mere connection of nationality if the person in question has never resided there? And with regard to pushbacks, I not only call on member states on the European border to end all pushbacks, all states should take their responsibility and protect asylum seekers from these actions. Do the rapporteurs agree that states that commit pushbacks cannot be considered safe enough for Dublin returnees, and that other states should suspend Dublin returns to these countries as long as pushbacks are carried out. Migration and asylum policies are among the most pressing issues in Europe. The asylum situation is often referred to as a refugee crisis. But in many countries, it is not so much the number of incoming refugees that creates a crisis situation. It is the deliberate political choice to allocate insufficient resources, leading to a lack of capacity on all fronts. A lack of capacity which is then wrongfully used to argue that we, as Northwestern Europe countries, cannot handle the number of asylum seekers arriving. Take the example of the Netherlands, where there is a structural lack of capacity in asylum reception shelters due to continuous downscaling in asylum reception and processing. The situation dropped so low below the minimum standards, with hundreds of people sleeping outside some nights, that recently a Dutch NGO successfully sued the state in order to ensure improvements of the reception conditions. However, rather than accepting this judgment, the Dutch state has appealed and meanwhile extended the maximum term for asylum decisions from 6 to 15 months and the maximum term for family reunification to 15 months as well. I really feel ashamed for my country, I have to say. Political decisions create crisis, and asylum seekers and refugees pay the price. And this deliberate violation of their rights must stop, at our borders and in all our countries. Thank you.
Merci. La parole est à Madame Jorida Tabakou d'Albanie. La parole est donc à Monsieur Alal Amraoui pour le Maroc.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Chers collègues, je voudrais tout d'abord féliciter les rapporteurs pour l'excellent travail. De mon côté, je voudrais souligner les efforts de mon pays partenaire pour la démocratie ici, le Maroc, pays d'origine, de transit et de plus en plus de destination des migrants. Il continue de s'investir pleinement sur le dossier migratoire avec des opérations de régulation de dizaines de milliers de migrants irréguliers avec une meilleure intégration et par conséquent une meilleure gestion des flux migratoires. Au niveau africain, à travers le mandat de leader sur la migration confié à Sa Majesté le Roi ou encore la mise en place de l'Observatoire africain des migrations au Maroc et au niveau international par un engagement intense et volontaire, le Forum mondial sur la migration et le développement, l'adoption du pacte mondial pour une migration sûre, ordonnée et régulière à Marrakech. Vous avez raison, cher collègue Pierre-Alain, de souligner l'importance de faire des frontières un axe de coopération et non de division, ainsi que la responsabilité interétatique partagée. Cela est reflété par la coopération exemplaire entre le Maroc et l'Espagne, ainsi qu'avec d'autres pays de l'Union européenne. Le soutien financier de 500 millions d'euros sur 7 ans accordé par l'Union européenne pour lutter contre la migration irrégulière reste largement en deçà des efforts du Maroc et ne couvre pas ses dépenses estimées à 427 millions par an. Rien que pour cette année et jusqu'en juillet, les services marocains ont fait avorter plus de 40 600 tentatives d'émigration vers l'Espagne, 11 000 de plus qu'en 2021. Elle a aidé plus de 7 000 immigrants qui tentaient de traverser la mer et démantelé 124 réseaux de passeurs de migrants. Le Maroc, État responsable, ne fait pas de l'aide financière une condition au maintien de ses efforts en matière de migration. Qu'il y ait de l'aide ou non, le Maroc continuera à faire ce qu'il a à faire, mais l'impératif opérationnel de contrôle financier n'est pas l'apanage d'un seul pays. Il doit être appréhendé sous l'angle de l'indivisibilité de la sécurité et son corollaire antisocial de coopération régionale solidaire entre tous les partenaires. Les migrants victimes non seulement des crises humanitaires, mais aussi de manœuvres politiques, comme c'est le cas dans les frontières, par exemple, est du Maroc, l'Algérie qui maintient la fermeture des frontières terrestres depuis 1994, réduisant à néant les espoirs d'une éventuelle intégration régionale qui serait bénéfique pour tout le Maghreb et même au continent. Ces mêmes frontières deviennent poreuses quand il s'agit des flux migratoires qui n'ont d'autre choix que de passer par la Libye puis l'Algérie avant d'accéder au territoire marocain. Des pratiques révolues où les migrants sont forcés volontairement et délibérément par l'armée algérienne à rejoindre le Maroc. C'est une stratégie indirecte décriée par plusieurs observateurs qui consiste à utiliser la crise migratoire comme une arme politique contre le Maroc et plus largement contre d'autres pays d'Europe comme l'Espagne. Les flux migratoires passant par l'Algérie vers le Maroc sont là. S'il n'y a pas de coopération sincère et de bonne foi entre les voisins tout au long des routes migratoires, nous ne pouvons pas arrêter ces flux. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Now I call next Lord Leslie Griffiths, Socialist, United Kingdom.
Chair and colleagues, I find it a little frustrating standing here and having heard so many people with willful or willfully self-deluding understandings of the definition of a refugee. I thought that we all knew what that meant, and that we all knew that we had our various countries subscribed to laws, incorporating them within our domestic law, to accept the right of individuals as refugees to reach our shores. And I'm delighted that refoulement is receiving the accent that it is receiving. The three poles of the Geneva Convention are non-penalization, non-discrimination, and non-refoulement. And too often we have neglected the last one. I'm resisting with every sense of myself an opportunity given at this late hour to say something rude about the British government and its own policies at this minute on the very question we are talking about. But having had one exposure to an over-the-top presentation earlier today, I am being terrifically well disciplined. What I really want to suggest is that the one bit of this report that perhaps we could give greater attention to and really bring out in profile is the fact that although everybody has the right to come, they have to be assessed. And that what's missing, as I discovered from my own compilation of the report on the anniversary of the Geneva Convention, is that our countries are ill-prepared in general for the mechanisms that assess the claims of those who seek refuge. If that were clearer, if that were efficient, then the fears of those small-minded countries who want to reject everybody simply because they're from somewhere else could be addressed. Safe evaluation of those who present themselves as refugees needs greater profile to allay the fears of those who have exaggerated the situation on the one hand, and to give greater clarity to the meaning of refoulement on the other. Thank you so much, those who've done all the hard work to bring these issues before us, and I wish that our response to your work were worthy of the efforts that you've made.
Thank you. I call next Mrs. Zdravka Pušić, EPP from Croatia. The floor is yours, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Let me thank the rapporteurs for the report and their efforts to tackle this very sensitive issue. As a member state of the European Union, Croatia has the obligation to protect the external borders of the European Union. In doing so, we take all the necessary measures and implement relevant recommendations with the aim of protecting the rights of migrants and refugees. As a Schengen candidate, Croatia continuously optimizes its capacities and technical equipment for integrated land and sea border management and information system within regional coordination centers with the most modern technological equipment, precisely in order to improve necessary procedure in every possible way. Within the focus of planned activities and programs, education of police officers in cooperation with civil society and international organizations is considered to be the most important issue, while special professional programs in the field of human rights protection is being implemented within the framework of secondary and higher education. Croatian Ministry of Internal Affairs elaborated and distributed on its own initiative a special manual on the rights of migrants, and also organized various meetings on European Commission and these all meetings were really required by the European Commission standards for the protection of fundamental rights of migrants and asylum seekers, as well as on the judgment of European Courts of Human Rights of the Council of Europe. In addition to the obligation to monitor European Union's longer external land border and prevent illegal entry, as well as possible threats and criminal acts, especially from the aspect of armed conflicts of which we spoke all this week, Croatia mainly strives to preserve and protect human rights and has zero tolerance for any forms of violence against migrants and refugees. Isolated cases, I must admit, of transgression of power by police officers, which unfortunately did happen, were immediately processed, and there were only really few. Allow me to conclude that in addition to taking care of the security of the European Union's external border, longest protection of human rights, and the human life is at forefront of our interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, I was asked by the Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly to inform you that we know that we are feeling that it's too hot here, but the Secretary General and the technicians are doing their best. Please, we are asking for your understanding. This hemicycle is without windows, and this afternoon was a really heated one and emotional debates. Please. We will continue. The next on the speaker list is Mrs. Nerea Hedo, ALDE from Spain. The floor is yours.
Voy a hablar en castellano. Bien, agradecer primero a los ponentes por los dos informes presentados y comentar que, bueno, llevamos años empeñados en hacer de una Europa fortaleza, que además tiene que ser inexpugnable, y este parece que es el principal objetivo de las políticas migratorias. Y para esto hacemos dos cosas: o externalizamos las fronteras y así pagamos a terceros países que no siempre tienen muy buena reputación en lo que tiene que ver con democracia o con respeto a los derechos humanos, les pagamos para que los migrantes o no lleguen o los podamos devolver. Y nos quedamos así con la conciencia tranquila. O si no, conseguimos que no entren. Les denegamos la entrada o les expulsamos sin preguntar, con violencia, y tenemos varios ejemplos. Yo el último que recuerdo es la tragedia de la valla de Melilla, y les expulsamos sin garantías. Y el problema es que este proceso de devoluciones en caliente, de devoluciones colectivas, se está generalizando tanto en las fronteras del este como en las del sur, y cada vez pasa más veces. Y el problema es que lo estamos normalizando y lo estamos tolerando. Y creo que esto es ilegal, inmoral, y me pregunto primero por qué y para qué lo hacemos y de qué tenemos miedo. Y de si no somos conscientes de que se está instrumentalizando a personas como presión política entre países, pero que además, cuanto más nos cerremos como Europa, más llevamos a las personas a buscar vías más peligrosas y ayudamos a la proliferación de mafias. Bien, así y todo, por mucho que nos empeñemos, hay quienes consiguen entrar. Consiguen entrar y piden protección. Y en este caso nos podemos encontrar con varias situaciones. Y yo les voy a contar dos. La de llego al primer país de registro, que es el que tiene que procesar el asilo, y hasta que resuelve yo puedo estar retenido porque yo no quería estar en ese país. Es un país de tránsito. Pero los tránsitos son complicados. No solo complicados porque no me han resuelto mi solicitud, sino porque en este momento existen pasos fronterizos cerrados incluso en el espacio Schengen. La frontera en los Pirineos está cerrada en varios pasos. Pero es que además la cuestión es que no necesariamente en el primer país es el lugar donde la persona que ha llegado quiere quedarse. ¿Quiénes somos nosotros para decir dónde tiene que vivir? Me lo pregunto. Y luego hay otra cuestión. No sé si es justo que los países de entrada tengan que asumir y responsabilizarse en exclusiva porque están geográficamente donde están de todo el flujo que les llega. Y yo creo que deberíamos ponernos a hablar seriamente de corresponsabilidad y tal vez revisar el reglamento de Dublín. Bien, nos puede pasar esto o nos puede pasar que deleguemos nuestra responsabilidad en terceros países seguros. Eso es comodísimo, dejamos de ser los responsables. Pero aquí la pregunta es, ¿qué es un país seguro? Y otra cosa, ¿es lícito lo que han dicho algunos países? Que un país seguro sea Ruanda, por ejemplo. No hablamos además solo de seguridad, hablamos de proyectos de vida. ¿Es lícito truncarlos? Yo considero que no. Y voy a decir, estos dos informes que yo voy a apoyar creo que son un paso, pero que realmente debemos repensar de manera integral y de manera estructural una política migratoria humana, con la persona en el centro, solidaria y justa y basada en la dignidad y en los derechos. Gracias.
Gracias. In the debate, I call next Mr. Ahmet Büyügümüz from Turkey.
Dear President, dear colleagues, I would like to begin by thanking the rapporteurs for their comprehensive works. Regarding the report on pushbacks, the rapporteur and the Human Rights Commissioner of the Council of Europe have rightly stated that pushbacks have become a pan-European problem encompassing more than half of the member states. Sadly, this inhuman practice systematically and regularly prevails in many countries. Considering the magnitude of the problem and its violent and systematic nature, combating pushbacks require a rather concerted and coordinated approach, which must also include EU institutions. Unfortunately, Frontex is one of them, has involved in pushbacks on many occasions, either by turning blind eye or aiding the security forces perpetrating pushbacks. In fact, as both rapporteurs have stated in their reports, internal investigations and the inquiry of the European Parliament have not produced tangible results, as Frontex did not act in transparent and accountable manner. In fact, investigations by European Commission and the European Parliament revealed that the organization was aware of the infringements and deliberately did not report them. We as Migration Committee in here have invited representatives from Frontex, but no representatives has participated in the committee meetings for hearing. Mr. Frides have contacted a number of officials from the organization and managed to acquire some information. However, it's a shame that the committee was unable to ask questions directly to the concerned officials regarding the allegations of complicity of the organizations in pushbacks. I hope that all these investigations would yield some solid results in the protection of lives and rights of migrants traveling on land and the sea. And the Frontex will take a path that would render the organization transparent, accountable, and human rights compliant. Thank you.
Thank you. In the debate, I call next Mr. Chris Bonnet from Malta. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. These resolutions deal with the very sensitive subject of migration. It is a subject that has plagued my country for many years, which, good or bad, has tried to deal with it by striking a balance between the rights of every person, notwithstanding the background, is given the opportunity to leave areas of oppression and settle in a country where these persons can be protected and start a new life with a much better quality, and the exigencies of the actual space available in order for everyone in that country to lead a good life. However, although I understand the scope of the resolutions, I do have to admit that now that apart from the Balkan route and the Mediterranean route, we have a Ukrainian route for migration, it is really the time not to have a discussion limited to pushbacks and refoulement, but to open the scope of this discussion to a wider debate on how, as European countries who share the principles of solidarity between our peoples, start taking serious action on how we can help each other to share this responsibility together. Unfortunately, I have seen many occasions where discussions have been held on what an individual state has to do or not to do. But rarely there has been a serious discussion on how collectively we are to tackle this phenomenon, which will not leave us anytime soon. Whilst I do commend the governments bordering the Ukraine for dealing with the influx of migrants so stoically in the past few months, I urge you all to speak in your respective parliaments on the need to assist not only the persons leaving their countries, but also those states who have the legal obligation to give them a home. I think it's safe to say that the concept of voluntary relocation did not leave the desired results, and the number of migrants arriving on our shores far outweighs the number of those who have been received and given asylum by other states in Europe. For over 70 years, this Council of Europe has been an institution in which member states with different backgrounds, different problems, have come together to legislate, to create treaties that provide the vital balance between the fundamental human rights of persons and the responsibilities of each member state. Madam President, it is useless to speak about interstate solidarity if such solidarity does not stretch to helping member states on the periphery of Europe who are constantly dealing with this problem. Addressing pushbacks is not enough. Countries like mine cannot physically face all this on their own any longer. This problem needs to be shared by all member states, who are urged to open their doors to house people migrating in order to live a better life. The call for legislation in this resolution addresses only part of the issue, and rather than solving it, will increase the problem in the targeted countries. This approach is definitely not enough. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, if you, like me, really believe in life, really believe in liberty and in fundamental human rights, then let's tackle this subject in its entirety and legislate in a holistic way. Let's express solidarity with all peoples, and let's all be part of the solution to the problem, not just make sure that it stays away from our borders. It's not Malta's or any other individual nation's problem. It is a European problem, and as such, requires a European solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In a debate, I call next Mrs. Maria Mesentseva, EPP from Ukraine. Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Kovacs. Thank you, dear Chairwoman. I see my great two friends in a combination in a joint debate, Sophie and Pierre-Alain. I salute you both, dear colleagues, because the mission which you have accomplished with very valuable deliveries stipulated in both of your reports are opening up something that probably many international organizations could have been blind before about. And this is the structure of the exact protection for those who are seeking asylum, and a question we are posing to ourselves today. These people are probably in real need of protection because they're fleeing wars. And our institution was always providing the mechanisms for protection and fair responsibility sharing among its members. Colleagues, I was very positively impressed today when I heard a deputy chair of the Council of Europe Development Bank speaking at one of the political groups meeting, showing exact figures of millions of euros jointly collected to support such people. For instance, there was allocation for Ukraine. We have submitted our application for this Bank of Reconstruction of the Council of Europe, but your countries who are receiving at least 7 million temporary displaced persons, and this is a new understanding in international law, we don't call them refugees, are receiving this assistance to help them with living, to help them with homes, to help them with food, and to provide them a shelter. And we highly appreciate on behalf of Ukraine this gesture. I would like to remind you, dear colleagues, very sad numbers, that these floods that occurred in our subcontinent after the 24th of February are the highest ranked by the UNHCR since the Second World War. Therefore, the mechanism which we are implementing, sharing, and imposing on such processes have to be very tactical. And therefore, I salute both rapporteurs for their tremendous work which has been done. We understand that there are also options which we can suggest already to the Temporary Protection Directive, and we highly salute a new mechanism that was recently proposed presented at the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Temporary Displaced Persons on evaluation on professional skills. These people are not there only to sit and wait for the victory days or for peace. They're there to contribute to your economies, dear colleagues. That's what they're doing every day when they're aspiring for peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. I call next Madame Clapeau, ALDE from France.
La configuration géographique de l'Europe l'expose à représenter une zone particulièrement attractive pour les migrants, soit pour des raisons de conflit, soit pour des raisons économiques, soit parce que l'être humain est fondamentalement poussé à se déplacer sur notre terre qui est ronde. Par ailleurs, les frontières maritimes ou terrestres sont une donnée incontournable du droit international. Et enfin, le droit d'asile est constitutif du droit international humanitaire. Plus spécifiquement, l'article 3 de la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme et l'article 4 de son protocole numéro 4 imposent un examen individuel des situations et interdisent le renvoi vers le pays d'origine si celui-ci n'est pas sûr. D'après vos excellents rapports, Madame et Monsieur les rapporteurs, des États membres ont hélas pratiqué les refoulements et nous devons affirmer ici que cela n'est pas acceptable. Certes, les frontières doivent être protégées, mais dans le respect du droit international et de la dignité des personnes migrantes. Les Nations Unies, via le Haut Commissariat pour les réfugiés ou l'Organisation internationale pour les migrations, le Conseil de l'Europe, via la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme, le Commissaire aux droits de l'homme du Conseil de l'Europe, le Comité pour la prévention de la torture ou les rapports de la représentante spéciale du Secrétaire général pour les migrations et les réfugiés, tous ont mis en évidence des manquements que nous, parlementaires, ne saurions tolérer. L'Union européenne joue au final un rôle assez ambigu. D'un côté, elle dit le droit, elle dit la norme, et de l'autre, elle a pour bras armé Frontex, qui semble tolérer des pratiques douteuses. Les exemples que donne le rapporteur sont dramatiques. Refoulement de la Croatie vers la Bosnie-Herzégovine et la Serbie, refoulement de la Grèce vers la Turquie, refoulement de la Pologne et la Lituanie vers le Bélarus, refoulement de l'Italie et Malte vers la Libye. Les refoulements sont souvent justifiés par, soi-disant, l'opinion publique hostile. Pourtant, la fraternité et l'accueil des migrants sont très répandus, on le voit avec l'accueil des Ukrainiens, et j'ai une pensée pour eux. Je note que le rapporteur n'a pas noté de pratique de refoulement aux frontières de la France. Quelques cas sont cités par les ONG aux frontières terrestres avec l'Italie, et en tout cas la France est plutôt victime des pushbacks pratiqués par le Royaume-Uni. Alors que faire ? Eh bien, il faut mettre en œuvre des mesures, prévenir, former les agents au droit, modifier les législations et les pratiques, renforcer la surveillance, y compris par la société civile, exercer un contrôle parlementaire, protéger les migrants, sanctionner les auteurs des refoulements s'il y a faute, faciliter la coopération avec les polices des autres pays. Je soutiens cette résolution et j'ai été heureuse que pour cette première prise de parole dans cette enceinte, ce soit pour soutenir ce rapport qui correspond à mes valeurs humanistes.
Merci, Madame. And the last speaker for tonight's debate is Mr. Laszlo Toroczkai from Hungary.
Thank you. First of all, we need to see the difference between a refugee and a migrant. For 9 years, I was the mayor of the town that lies on the Hungarian-Serbian border, which is also the border of the European Union, and which has been under the greatest inland pressure because of the migration for the past 7 years. Since 2015, hundreds of thousands of illegal migrants have passed through our town, Asylum.
With this, they destroyed the lives of tens of thousands of law-abiding, decent European citizens. They have broken into our houses on several occasions. They are destroying our agriculture and leave huge amounts of garbage behind, destroying our environment. They regularly shoot each other with guns or attack the Hungarian policemen and soldiers guarding the border. When will I hear about the human rights of law-abiding, tax-paying, local European citizens here? Our rights do not matter. Who will compensate us for the damage caused by the migrants? I really hope that the politicians who want to deprive law-abiding, tax-paying Europeans of their right to protect their own borders live in a town like I do at the Hungarian-Serbian border. Or, if not, then I hope they live in a ghetto populated by non-European migrants. I hope that their children go to school where the children of migrants are in the majority. If this is not the case, then you are all hypocrites. You refer to the 1951 Refugee Convention. However, the world has changed a lot since then, so we need a new refugee convention. Demographically, there is a huge difference between Europe and other parts of the world where most migrants come from. If in a few years millions of migrants with completely different cultural backgrounds arrive in any country, that would lead to conflicts. So the source of the conflict is mass immigration, and there is a conscious policy behind this. This intention is the same as that of large global corporations who want to see faceless consumers and cheap labor in Europe. These political and economic forces are not building a multicultural society, but are destroying a Europe based on the traditions of the ancient European peoples and Christianity. Those who love all the colors of the rainbow, but want to cancel the white. Europe is full. These politics must end if we want conflicts to decrease. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Torotskay. Dear colleagues, I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that typed written text can be submitted electronically no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. Now I call Mr. Frides, rapporteur, to reply. You have 5 minutes. Yes, yes. First you, and then Madam. The floor is yours.
Je ne voulais être que galant, Madame la Présidente. Voilà, chers collègues, j'ai beaucoup de choses à dire et je vous remercie d'abord toutes et tous pour votre contribution à ce débat. C'est un sujet très compliqué, on le sent, avec beaucoup d'émotions, avec des critiques véhémentes qui sont justifiées de votre point de vue. Mais mon problème, c'est que j'ai l'impression, quand je parle avec ma collègue, avec la Commission, avec le secrétariat de ce problème, je suis véritablement dans la droite ligne des valeurs de notre Convention européenne des droits de l'homme, dans la position du rapporteur spécial de l'ONU sur les droits de l'homme et des migrants, M. Felipe González Morales, dans la droite ligne de la position de la commissaire des droits de l'homme du Conseil de l'Europe, Mme Mujatovic, qui considère que plus de la moitié de nos pays sont concernés, même également un peu la France, même si c'est moins important, dans la droite ligne de ce que disent le HCR, dans la droite ligne de ce que dit la représentante spéciale de la secrétaire générale du Conseil de l'Europe, Mme Kajacik. Je commencerai en parlant de ce qu'a dit M. Toracay de Hongrie, différence entre réfugiés et migrants, dégâts liés aux migrants, c'est clair, mais c'est évident que si on met un mur à la limite de votre État et qu'on force des milliers de migrants d'être arrêtés subitement dans la route vers l'Europe, c'est clair que ces gens, ils vivent, ils font peut-être quelques dégâts, c'est clair. Ce qui est clair aussi, c'est qu'avec certains de mes collègues ici, notamment Paul Gavan, j'ai eu l'occasion à l'époque, dans le cadre de la campagne contre la détention administrative des enfants migrants, de visiter le camp de Rochequet, un camp qui était en fait un point de passage normalement des migrants qui entraient au compte-gouttes. J'ai vu des barbelés, j'ai vu des miradors, j'ai vu des gosses de 15 ans afghans. L'Afghanistan, ça fait aussi référence à la guerre, qui étaient là, détenus depuis 6 mois. On a vu des choses qui, du point de vue du droit fondamental des migrants, n'est de notre point de vue pas acceptable. Lord Keane, je crois qu'il n'est plus là, a fait référence en fait au droit westphalien des États d'avoir des frontières. Effectivement, il y a des histoires de définition, et certains ont une définition claire. Il y a des réfugiés authentiques, des vrais réfugiés qui fuient la guerre et puis qui fuient peut-être des crimes potentiels qui pourraient être commis contre eux, puis il y a les migrants économiques. Mais mesdames et messieurs, et là je réponds à M. Ozavli de Turquie, pourquoi les gens deviennent des réfugiés, pourquoi ils migrent? Les causes sont multiples. Voilà une année dans cette enceinte, on a eu un débat sur les migrants climatiques, la misère, les changements climatiques, des guerres qui n'arrêtent pas en Syrie ou ailleurs, des problèmes énormes en termes de sécurité, rien que pour leur survie, poussent ces gens en fait à tenter un espoir, à tenter de vivre quelque part. Et il y a effectivement des gens qui ont des guerres, comme en Ukraine, où les choses sont claires. On les accueille, en Hongrie par exemple, sur la base de valeurs qui leur sont propres. Mais en fait, tous les gens qui, à un moment donné, se présentent à une frontière, et c'était dit très justement par la plupart d'entre vous, ils ont droit à aide et assistance, et ils ont droit à des procédures qui sont en fait les règles qui existent dans notre organisation, qui existent dans toutes les organisations fondamentales de ce monde. Et je crois qu'en définitive, ce qui est fondamental, c'est que dans ce temple des droits de l'homme, on respecte ces droits et qu'on essaie d'imaginer une chose simple, c'est que le travail est énorme, certainement on ne voit maintenant que la pointe de l'iceberg, la crise climatique, les conflits, la faim, les problèmes qui se posent ne vont pas arranger les choses et nous devons, tous les États européens, être unis pour trouver effectivement une solution. Et je suis clair, mon pays, la Suisse, n'en fait pas assez. Mais c'est vrai que, grâce à des propositions de nos amis italiens, on va, dans la résolution maintenant, améliorer un peu les choses. Lord Dundee est en train de faire un rapport sur cette question de solidarité européenne, en parlant de ce qu'on devra faire pour qu'on se partage la charge, en fait, nous tous les États, et c'est fondamental. Je terminerai juste en parlant de Frontex, pour répondre à M. Buyur Gumuz de Turquie. J'ai eu l'occasion d'aller à Varsovie, j'ai rencontré la direction de Frontex. C'est clair que Frontex, il y a eu une longue période où ils ne voulaient pas parler et à la fin, ils ont dû se résoudre à ouvrir quand même un tout petit peu la discussion parce qu'il y a eu des sanctions qui sont tombées. L'Union européenne a limité l'argent qu'elle donnait à Frontex parce qu'il y avait des dysfonctionnements et surtout, ils ont organisé, en fait, ils ont mis sur pied à la demande de l'Union européenne un service spécial de respect des droits de l'homme qui est en fait une entité qui, de mon point de vue, va notablement améliorer la qualité de la surveillance aux frontières pour que Frontex, qui est une structure décidée par l'Union européenne et qui est certainement utile, soit en tout cas là pour vérifier que les bonnes pratiques existent et que les droits de l'homme soient respectés. Ça, c'est fondamental. Merci pour votre attention et je l'espère pour le soutien pour ce rapport et celui de ma collègue. Merci.
Merci. I call now Mrs. Crisper, rapporteur, to reply. You have also 5 minutes.
Much. Thanks to the colleagues, I'm grateful to hear in many speeches amount of support by many of you who agree with our reports. I want to react to the critical statements if they raised concrete arguments. As to Croatia and Malta, I completely agree that we need European solutions and acknowledge also that some countries have to deal with more arrivals than others. So it's a call for solidarity also from my side, but a higher number of people seeking asylum can never be an excuse for inhuman treatment and violation of Article 3 of the Convention. And it's also best way to have control, and you get control if you're compliant with the rule of law. pushbacks are not only barbaric, but they also generate chaos that also right-wing parties do not like. NGOs should, of course, be supported and play a vital role in securing asylum seekers' human rights, but they are not an excuse for the state to refrain himself for fulfilling its obligations. As to Hungary, migrants are only illegal because Hungarian laws are completely contrary to European law and don't allow people to seek asylum at the border. That completely undermines the Refugee Convention, has to be urgently changed, to my opinion. Hungary has accepted only 50 asylum claims this year and neither contributes in processing asylum claims and hosting receiving refugees, nor in building a common European system based on the rule of law. As to Turkey, yes, there are really a number of pushbacks, and these are the reasons that we also call for a monitoring mechanism. And as to my colleague Margrethe de Boer from the Netherlands, my report did not focus on the problem of the country of origin, and if somebody has no link to the country of origin anymore, I think that Article 8 of the Convention is of support for these cases, with one of a girl having been born in Austria, being deported back to Georgia, where she hasn't known even the language, but now she's back, and my son, the colleague from Hungary, I think, is going in the same school, by the way. As to safe third countries without a link to the person concerned, that is not foreseen by UNHCR, that persons are sent to a safe third country where there is no meaningful link found in the course of refuge that they took. It is deplorable that not only Netherlands, but also in Austria, for example, the accommodation of refugees is deteriorating. That's why we all, I think, have also to get together as a constructive force to fight for the level to go up again of accommodation standards. And I wonder why within the EU, the European Commission hasn't started infringement procedures anyway, and we could also ask for this and motivate for such procedures. And as to dear Lord Griffith, there are two phases. One is the admissibility phase, and one is the phase where you, if the case is admissible, look into the case itself and on the merits. And I think on both levels there is not enough knowledge often as to a decision being taken really in a valid way. But my report only focused on the question of admissibility because it is a reason for not having a claim be admissible to say this person comes from a safe third country. And here the problem is the change of burden of proof for the person being here of concern, not having the possibility to change here the presumability of safety, which is in fact wrong. So this has to be looked at in every country concerned, and I also hope in those who have voiced themselves critically today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Crisper. Does the first Vice Chairperson of the committee wish to speak? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. The Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons approved in June these two excellent reports. Europe and indeed the world has been witnessing this year a strong increase in people on the move due to armed conflicts, violence, poverty and hunger, as well as climate change. The numbers of persons seeking international protection in member states of the Council of Europe has risen sharply this year. In this context, the joint debate this afternoon is of great added value. It relies on the standards set by the European Convention on Human Rights and the 1951 Refugee Convention, namely the obligation not to refuse refugees the right to apply for asylum. Such a right is enshrined in most national constitutions, and it's even guaranteed by Article 18 of the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. It's therefore surprisingly sad that we have to discuss here ways to ensure that member states do not disregard this fundamental right. Stephanie Crisper's report on safe third countries is about asylum seekers and those whose asylum applications have been rejected and who must not be deported to unsafe third countries. As simple and logical as this is, we see lengthy debates about this subject based on political considerations rather than the existing legal standards. For the member states of the Council of Europe, it is not admissible to deport persons to countries where their life and physical integrity or their fundamental rights are threatened. Human rights cannot be negotiated. They must be respected. Mr. Fried's report highlights the most frequent violations of the right to asylum happening through what are called pushbacks or refoulement. The number of alleged pushbacks by member states are a matter of serious concern. Obviously, not all who apply for asylum will be granted this protection, but this fact does not justify the attempts to blatantly deny such a fundamental right to a large number of people. Mr. Fried's report also underscores the extreme danger that migrants and refugees are routinely confronted with on land, but also in the more deadly environment of the sea. Violent pushbacks make thousands risk losing their lives. Changes in the law and practices of member states are indispensable to stop pushbacks at land and sea and to codify the principle of non-refoulement in national legislation. The unanimously adopted draft resolution underscores Article 3 of the European Convention on Human Rights, and Article 4 of its protocol prohibits state parties from returning migrants and asylum seekers to another country without an individual assessment as to whether this is safe. Measures must be taken to prevent pushbacks, to prevent the victims of pushbacks, to protect the victims of pushbacks, to prosecute those responsible for pushbacks, and to improve international cooperation and coordination between border authorities, police, and other bodies in charge of border protection. I'll finish with a few words for our Hungarian colleague. Hate speech is not an acceptable response to a migration crisis. Racism is never an acceptable response to a migration crisis. Imprisoning children in cages on the Hungarian border, which I witnessed firsthand, is never an acceptable response to a migration crisis.
Thank you. The debate is closed. The Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons has presented the draft resolution, document 15592. Just to remind you, because this is a joint debate, the first document we will deal with is safe third countries for asylum seekers. So, to this document, 6 amendments have been tabled, and the draft recommendation, to which 1 amendment has been tabled. We will start with consideration of the draft resolution, and then we will consider the draft recommendation. I remind you that speeches and amendments are limited to 30 seconds. I understand that the chairperson or the first vice chairperson of the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons wishes to propose to the Assembly that all the amendments to the draft resolution, amendments from 1 to 6, which were unanimously approved by the committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so? Thank you. Does anyone object? If so, please ask for the floor by raising your hand. There is no objection. I declare that amendments 1 to 6 to the draft resolution have been agreed. The President would say now I should go to page, yeah. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution containing document 15592. A simple majority is needed. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 15592 is adopted. I understand that the chairperson of... I understand that the chairperson of the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendment 7 to the draft recommendation, which was unanimously approved by the committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so?
That's correct.
Thank you. Does anyone object? As there is no objection, I declare the Amendment 7 to the draft recommendation has been agreed. And now we will proceed to vote on draft recommendation containing document 15592 as amended. A 2/3 majority is needed. The vote is open. Thank you. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The draft recommendation in document 15592 is adopted. The Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons has presented a draft resolution document, so another one, document 15604, to which pushbacks, you know the text, to which 15 amendments, 2 oral amendments and 1 oral sub-amendment have been tabled. I remind you all the speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. Any amendment which has been rejected by the committee, sized for report by a 2/3 majority of the votes cast, shall not be put to the vote in plenary and shall be declared as definitely rejected, unless 10 or more members of the Assembly object. I understand that the chairperson of the Committee on Migration, Refugees and Displaced Persons wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 15 to the draft resolution which were rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority be declared as rejected. Is that so? Does anyone object? As there is no objection, I declare that amendments 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 15 to the draft resolution are rejected. I remind the Assembly that the objection...
Just go to page 63 now.
Okay. Thank you. Just a second. I call Mrs. Sabrina De Carlo to support amendment number 4. You have 30 seconds. Is she in the hemicycle? Does anyone else wish to support this amendment, amendment number 4? Please.
Sì, grazie Presidente. Ritengo che se si vuole parlare di conseguenze positive sia necessario specificare che queste derivano esclusivamente da condizioni chiare che favoriscono l'inclusione sociale e lavorativa dei migranti. Solo a queste condizioni si può parlare di conseguenze positive. Altrimenti invito a venire a vedere quella situazione in alcuni centri in Italia dove a fronte di 300 posti disponibili troviamo oltre 2000 persone che dormono a terra con servizi igienici carenti e questo insomma perché l'Italia, come altri paesi, viene lasciata sola. Grazie.
Thank you. I have been informed that the committee wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment as follows. Delete the word legal immigrants and replace with migrants so that the last part of paragraph 5 reads, migration is a natural social phenomenon and should be addressed collectively as a continent in order to manage migration flows in an orderly way that helps to promote the social and occupational inclusion of migrants while benefiting fully from its positive consequences. In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment is in order our rules. However, do 10 or more members object to the oral sub-amendment being debated? So no one. I call on the rapporteurs to support the oral sub-amendment. You have 30 seconds.
Merci, Madame la Vice-Présidente. Oui, en fait, la proposition faite par Madame De Carlo m'a séduit clairement, de même que la Commission. Simplement, le terme de immigrants légaux n'a pas un sens très clair, parce que dans ce domaine de la migration, la légalité ou illégalité est quelque chose qui n'a pas réellement d'importance, parce que toute personne qui fait une demande doit être considérée comme légitime de le faire. Donc la proposition, c'est parler plutôt de migrants, et enlever l'adjectif légaux, ce qui donnerait en fait un renforcement du texte sans créer d'interprétations différentes et compliquées.
Merci. Does anyone wish to speak against the oral sub-amendment? Yes, please.
Sì, grazie Presidente. Il subemendamento trasforma totalmente l'emendamento che ha proposto la collega De Carlo, perché la differenza tra immigrazione legale e immigrazione illegale viene cancellata. È evidente invece che ci sia una differenza sostanziale, come ha detto qualche collega che mi ha preceduto in questa discussione, tra l'immigrazione legale, quindi coloro che hanno diritto ad essere presenti nei nostri paesi a chiedere il diritto all'asilo, da coloro che invece non lo hanno.
Grazie. What is the opinion of the mover of the main amendment?
I think they're against.
Yeah, I guess that they're against, it should be said, okay? But it is obvious that the committee is in favor. So I will now put the oral sub-amendment in favor of the oral sub-amendment. Yeah, that's... So now I put the oral sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The oral sub-amendment is agreed. We will now consider the main amendment. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as amended? No? What is the opinion of the committee officially?
The committee accepted Amendment 4 sub-amended unanimously.
Thank you. I shall now put Amendment 4 as amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call now for the results to be displayed. Amendment 4 as amended is agreed to.
Page 69.
I understand that the committee wishes to move an oral amendment for conciliation purposes. If this oral amendment is agreed, amendments 6, 7, and 8 will fall. In the draft resolution after paragraph 9, insert. The Assembly calls on Member States to encourage changes at European level to achieve a sustainable reception process shared with other Member States in accordance with the principle of solidarity referred to in Article 80 TFEU, based on shared responsibility. The Assembly therefore calls upon the Council of Europe Member States to change their legislation and practice in order to promote a multilateral policy of putting in place legal pathways to all European countries on the basis of shared responsibility to promote solidarity with the countries most affected by the influx of migrants by sea and by land, and thereby contribute to putting an end to pushbacks. In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria of Rule 34.7a. Is there any opposition to the amendment being debated? That is not the case. I therefore call the rapporteurs to support oral amendment. You have 30 seconds.
Merci Madame la Vice-Présidente. Donc nous avons utilisé les amendements 6 et 7 pour, en prenant les premières phrases de chaque amendement, réussir à proposer un nouveau paragraphe 10. L'idée, en fait, c'était de prendre en compte le fait qu'effectivement la solidarité entre les différents États européens est fondamentale pour résoudre ce problème. Et en fait, ce n'était pas vraiment l'objet du rapport, ce sera celui de Lord Dundee, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, sur la solidarité européenne. Mais je trouvais que la démarche de Madame De Carlo était constructive et c'était un moyen, en fait, quelque part, de concrétiser tout ça et de renforcer, en fait, le rapport.
Merci. Does anyone wish to speak against the oral amendment?
Grazie Presidente. Sono d'accordo su tutto l'emendamento orale tranne sulla parte finale, perché se è vero che è necessario assolutamente, i nostri emendamenti riportavano questo, ridistribuire i migranti e condividere la responsabilità, è altrettanto vero che il tema dei respingimenti è un tema che viene posto al termine di questo subemendamento orale e sul tema noi non siamo d'accordo, quindi voteremo in modo contrario.
Grazie. The committee is obviously in favor. I shall now put the oral amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The oral amendment is agreed.
Page 91.
Does anyone wish to speak again? Sorry, something is...
The page number's changed, that's all. There you go.
Yeah. I understand that the committee wishes to move an oral amendment for conciliation purposes. If this oral amendment is agreed, Amendment 14 will fall. In paragraph 13, after pushbacks, add to call for the sharing of responsibility in the management of migration between the different member states, so that the last sentence reads, time has come for parliamentarians to stand up against pushbacks, to call for the sharing of responsibility in the management of migration between the different member states, and to follow the developments closely both at the national and European levels. In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria of Rule 34.7. Is there any opposition to the amendment being debated? That is not the case. I therefore call the rapporteur to support the oral amendment. You have 30.
Merci Madame la Vice-Présidente. C'est dans le même esprit que l'amendement oral précédent, à savoir que sur proposition des Italiens, de Madame De Carlo, on revient sur cette notion de partage des responsabilités qui effectivement est un élément important, et là ça renforce encore ce dernier paragraphe et donc aussi l'ensemble de la résolution sur ce thème important.
Merci. Does anyone wish to speak against the oral amendment? Yes, no? Okay. The committee is obviously in favor. I shall now put the oral amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The oral amendment is agreed. And last voting for tonight. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15604 as amended. A simple majority is required. The vote is now open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 15604 is adopted. Congratulations. The Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with the agenda which was approved on Monday morning. The sitting is adjourned. Thank you.